Well, good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Dr. Thomason, roll call, please.
President Kaler, please let the record show that we have all 5 board members in attendance in this very warm Arizona night.
Can say that again. We're going to pause for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, I move that we approve the agenda. Second. Any questions or concerns about the agenda? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. At this time, the meeting will recess for the purpose of holding a public hearing on the proposed expenditure budget for the 2020-2021 school year in accordance with ARS 15-905-01, which means, Gary Holland, you are up.
Good evening, President Kaler, members of the board, Dr. Thomason, Cabinet. Tonight, I have a short presentation for you to bring back the proposed budget for the 2021 school year and ask you to adopt it for this evening. So there are many factors that must be taken into consideration when you're doing a budget development. First, you look at your projected student enrollment for the next year. You look at your account balances and any carry forward monies that you estimate. Plus, we also have some state, federal, and local funds. And we also have some tax levied monies that are built into our budget each year. When we first started planning the budget for this next school year, we had originally been projecting a 1% enrollment increase. However, due to COVID, we decided we needed to modify that budget and take a much more conservative approach because things continue to change frequently, and it's much easier to add money to your budget than it is to subtract it. Also, please know that we continue to search for any additional funding opportunities that may become available to help offset some of these additional expenses due to COVID. Now, as I mentioned, a portion of our funding money comes from tax levied monies. So there's always a question from our community as to what exactly is the tax rate going to look like for next year. Next slide, please. So for FY20, our primary tax rate was 3.86. Our secondary tax rate was 3.19 for a total of 7.05. For FY21, our estimated, it's just estimated at the moment because the county will set that tax rate in August. So right now our primary tax rate is 3.72 and our secondary tax rate is 3.30, which is made up of 2 separate tax rates. First, we have our M&O override. That percentage is 1.59, and then we have our bonds at 1.71 for a total estimated tax rate for FY21 to be 7.03, which you'll notice is a decrease of 0.0182. Now, in 2017, the legislature had changed the process for calculating tax rates. So now you must factor in the qualifying tax rate, or the QTR, as well as assessed evaluation. So the QTR is a tax rate that is set by the JLBC to determine the local tax levy required before a district is eligible for equalization assistance. The QTR is adjusted annually based on an inverse relationship to the assessed evaluation for the entire state, i.e., if the statewide assessed valuation goes down, then the QTR will go up and vice versa. So what has happened this year? So the QTR went down because the statewide assessed valuation went up. So there's more property to spread that value of the tax across. The QTR went from 3.79 down to 3.67. The assessed valuation for our Higley community went up from $684 million to $743 million. So there you have more value to, again, to spread that tax across. Our override was recently renewed, so for another 7 years starting July 1st. And then the bond, as I mentioned, that tax rate, that rate is used to help cover the debt service payment schedules for our bonds. Next slide, please. Next, we have our calculation for our maintenance and operation, or M&O budget. So our revenue control limit, based off of our projected enrollment, calculated out to be a little over $74 million. Our M&O override calculated out to be a little over $12 million. We have a budget balance estimated carry forward of 3.5. And then Higley's portion of the $75 million state land trust sale is estimated to be $812,159 this next year, for a total of $94.4 million. Which you'll notice is an increase a little over $4.8 million from our FY20 revised budget. Also, please keep in mind that our carryover amount may be larger than the 3.5. However, any additional funding would be reflected, of course, in a budget revision sometime next year. The additional $4.8 million would be used to help offset or cover some of the salary increases for staff for the next year, as well as the additional positions that are needed. We also are planning for, and as I mentioned, if we have a possible reduction in our ADM or student enrollment due to COVID and loss of revenue, that 4.8 would help cover some of that loss. Also, just want to keep in remind the governing board and the community that our override is calculated based on using prior year ADM. So when I talk about a 15%, you cannot take 15% of that RCL to come up with the 12 million. So it's based on prior year. Next slide, please. So what's changed with base support, which is the funding that the state gives for school districts for students? The base support level for FY20 was $4,202.31. For next year, we had an inflation increase of 1.74%, which calculated out to be $73.12. Next, you have the governor's 20 by 20, which calculated out to be $84.12, for a total increase of $157.24, bringing the new base support level to $4,359.55, which is an approximate 3.74 per pupil increase for FY21. Next, we have our average teacher salary information. So our average teacher salaries for FY21 are estimated to be $59,202. The average teacher salary for FY20 was $56,568, which is a $2,644 increase, or 5%. Now, if you'll notice in number 5, it talks about the average teacher salary for FY 2018. So Higley salaries at that time for teachers average was $47,972. So compared from where we started to where we are now, that is a 23% increase for our teacher salaries, which, please note, that is a 3% higher than the governor's original 20 by 20 plan. Next, we have our unrestricted capital budget. So our FY20 budget was a little over $24 million. So far, we've spent a little over 10.4, so we have an estimated carryover about 13.8. Every year, because of the growing need for capital items here in the district and the lack of funding that we get from the state, we move a portion of our M&O budget over to meet that capital need. So this year, unfortunately, we're only able to move $6 million, where in previous years we were able to move 7 and 10 respectively, based off of our enrollment. Excuse me. The state has begun the process to restore the district additional assistance, or the DAA, over the next 5-year period. The anticipated DAA formula is to be fully restored by 2023. However, so until then, our DAA for this year calculated out to be a little over $6 million. The state will keep 15% of that, so that's $930,534. And the district will receive the remaining 85%, which is the little over $5.1 million you see on the screen, bringing our capital budget to a little over $24.9 million. So again, question, well, how are we going to utilize those funds? Well, please keep in mind, we do still have our middle school lease payment, which did increase again this next year. We do have a plan for a curriculum adoption for science, I believe. We also have our IT refresh, and then of course, standard capital improvements or transportation replacements depending on what comes up through the year. And lastly, please keep in mind, we do still have our potential adjacent ways audit finding. Next, we have special education. So the classification for all, the total for all disability classifications is going to be a little over 13.3 million. Gifted education will be 728,000. You see ELL incremental for 100,000 and ELL compensatory for 72,000. And of course, CTE for 210, bringing that special category area for a total of $14.4 million for next year. One thing I just want to remind the governing board and the community that the state does not provide funding for gifted education. So the district sets money aside every year for that particular program, and those funds come from our override. So we thank our community again for giving us those additional funds to operate. Next, we have our classroom site fund, or our Prop 301. We have an estimated carryover, a little over $3.2 million. We have $59,000 worth of interest that we've collected, and we estimate our allocation to be a little over $6.3 million for next year, bringing that total budget to be a little over $9.6 million. I do get questions many times wondering, why is that carry forward balance always so large? Well, in an effort to be fiscally responsible and conservative, the district tries to provide a small increase each year, so being conservative helps us to be able to continue that on an annual basis. The carry forward has also helped us cover the additional cost for teachers and expenses, which tend to increase each year. Also, as you may recall, in the previous legislative session, Senate Bill 1390 was approved, which will go into effect when the existing Prop 301.6 sales tax expires on June 30th of 21. This Senate bill will continue to allow the Arizona districts the funding to continue providing additional monies to our teachers. Until this bill was passed, the future of Prop 301 was uncertain. So our classroom site funds are broken down or allocated into three different funds. First, you have Fund 11, which is used for base salaries. So 20% of that allocation goes into 11. Each year, as I mentioned, we try to provide a small increase for our teachers. So in FY20, that amount was $1,550, and it is estimated to go to $1,600 for next year. Fund 12 is used for performance pay, which is 40% of that allocation, and that performance pay will go from $3,400 last year to $3,500 for next year. And last, we have Fund 13, which is used for other. And so that remaining 40% allocation does go to that particular fund. That fund is used to help cover the cost for additional teachers, which again, as I mentioned, do come up each year. And the remaining $1,600 will come out of that fund for our teachers for next year. Next, we have some additional funds that we always have to factor in for our budget, and we appreciate, right? So our federal projects, of course, are determined by the federal program in Washington. Those funds, of course, are passed through the Department of Ed and then out to the school districts. We have some new money this year, which is the money from the CARES Act. So our allocation for next year is a little over $657,000. Next, we have our instructional improvement programs, also known as Indian Gaming. So that budget is estimated to be $624,000, and those funds are used for class size reduction. Also just wanted to remind the board that this is a cash-controlled fund, of course, and so the second payment for 20 has not yet been received. So when we do receive that additional, that final payment, that too would be reflected in a future budget revision. However, please keep in mind that the Indian gaming budget, of course, could change if the allocation goes down due to the loss of revenue because of COVID. So what happens now? Tonight, I ask you to accept the 2021 budget as I presented here this evening. Tomorrow, our finance department will upload our budget information to the Arizona Department of Education and to the Maricopa County School Superintendent's Office. We will also take the adopted budget and we'll post it on ADE's website as well as the district's website as required by statute. Any questions?
And Dr. Thomason, you did not receive any comments, correct, from the public on this?
President Kaler, members of the board, we did open it up to public comment that individuals could put in through the website if they had looked on for our board agenda or our board meetings or on the district website, and we did have no calls for public comment at this time.
Thank you. Any questions or concerns for Mr. Holland?
Tried to make it short and sweet.
Thank you so much for that. We
Yes,
appreciate
ma'am.
your time. All right. Now I move that the governing board reconvene in open session.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. All right, we are moving on to 4.1, upcoming events. Dr. Thomason.
President Kaler, members of the board, starting on Monday, July 27th, we will start remote learning for our community, so we'll have all students have an opportunity to start their educational experience online this year. We know that's not the best thing, but it's what we have available to us at this time due to Governor Ducey's educational orders. So on the 27th, we start school. On the 29th, we have a governing board meeting for an update on how things are going. So that governing board meeting will be right here at 5 p.m. in the boardroom. That's the upcoming events.
Thank you very much. Moving on to 5.1, any board comments?
I just have one quick
Go
one.
ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've been watching the Instagram getting to know you little things that Higley has been putting out about our principals, and I just think they've been wonderful. And I just wanted to thank Michelle Reese because I know she's put a lot of time into making our websites really robust, and I've just really enjoyed watching all the principals tell a little about themselves and a little about their schools. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Mrs. Reese.
President Kaler, thank you. I just wanted to quickly address something that many people have contacted me about. I had several people contact me and ask me why I didn't sign the letter to the governor, or they thanked me for not signing the letter to the governor. Just to make it clear, these individuals who did sign this letter signed as individuals, and they are also elected board members, but they're not permitted to sign in representation of a board or a district. And so explaining this as people have reached out to me that they are board members of school districts, but they choose to sign individually, and that they don't sign on behalf of the district without board authorization to do so. In order for someone to represent our district in a board capacity in that fashion, that it would have to be in a public meeting. They would have to have a quorum and a vote for someone to represent the district or the board in a particular situation. Some districts have done this, and some districts have adopted resolutions for when they choose to start school. But for the most part, they're individuals signing as individuals. Yes, they are board members, but not necessarily representative of their school district, but as an individual. So I had many people ask me about that. It's a very, when we open schools, when we go in person, is a very controversial issue. Nobody makes the decisions lightly. And so while, yes, over 100 board members did sign it, it is individuals who are signing that are board members. So they're not necessarily their district spokesperson or representative to do so. So I wanted to clarify that. I had, like I said, I had a lot of people reach out to me, some, again, questioning why I didn't sign it. It did not go to every board member. It was not sent out to every board member. And then on the other side of that, I had many people who thanked me for not signing it. So it's not that I didn't sign it, because out of choice, it didn't come to every board member. While my choice would not be to sign it, but that would be a personal choice, not on behalf of the district. So I wanted to clarify that, since I have received several calls, texts, emails about it. So thank you.
Thank you for your clarification on that. Any other comments? Okay, we are moving on to consent agenda items. I move that we approve consent agenda items 6.1 to 6.9. Any comments, questions, or concerns?
President Kaler,
Yes, Mrs. Reese.
I do have, sorry, I just take notes. I do have some concerns on 6.7. It is just the first read. I have concerns of our policy removing the requirement of receipts. This is for staff reimbursement when they travel on behalf of the district. It's no surprise to anybody that my thing is policy and procedure accountability. So I'm not sure who's really handling this.
I know that, Dr. Thomason, we always submit our receipts, so is that changing?
Yes, President Kaler, members of the board, I was asked to take a look at this, and for a couple of different reasons. One of the instances is that individuals were having to keep and hold those receipts and turn those in. A lot of individuals did lose those receipts, and they weren't reimbursed for that. Also, we can go two different ways. It is perfectly okay by the standards of procurement to have your per diem payment for these expenses on that aspect. So I did want to bring this to the board and have the board have an opportunity to voice their concerns and choose a direction either way they wanted to go. Mr. Holland can answer more questions about that. We do have individuals that do spend a lot of time tracking down those receipts, making those phone calls, doing all that. And I think, Mr. Holland, could you tell me the cost difference between what we would have spent last year with receipts and then the per diem for the entire year? We had that at one time.
So, President Kaler, members of the board, Dr. Thomason, yes, we did do a review of all of our expenses last year, being, I guess, the 18-19 school year. And we compared to what the per diem amount would have been versus what we paid out. The difference that we found for that particular year was an $8,000 difference. So it wasn't that large of a difference. And the thought behind it was if it would ease some of the burden on staff to trying to keep up with these receipts, because the state does allow for a per diem allocation amount, and so we would be adhering to the state's travel policy.
What is that per diem per the state?
It varies depending on the location of where you're going and the time of year.
Yeah, so President Kaler, so I'm totally in favor of this. This makes such good sense. What happens is we're sending these teachers away to these conferences, and then they have to worry about, am I spending like, $2 more than I should? So it just gives them the amount either ahead of time or afterwards for where they're going for that day, and then they can spend it as they want and not have to worry about keeping receipts. I think a lot of times you have teachers coming back and just not bothering to turn stuff in or having a receipt. This is easier, and it's going to save you a lot of paperwork and time in trying to get those receipts. You would know that so-and-so is going on a trip on October 15th to Chicago. Here's their per diem. Boom, there's the check. There's no... It's just that I think it's a huge time saver as well for your bookkeeping, too.
Do you find, Mr. Holland, that the per diems are fair?
I find that they're not always high enough based on state, but it is the amount that we have to adhere to. The district can always go lower, but they can never exceed the state's policy. Does that make sense? And
So the per diem in reference is just not the food, it's hotel and as well as the
so per
conference
diem is
fees?
just for food.
Okay,
Okay. If you have incidental, say, for example, you have taxi or any of those, you're still required to have a receipt for that. If your hotel is a completely separate amount,
Okay.
and again, that's based on your location and time of year where you're going. And then your mileage, of course, that rate is set by our mileage rate, which again is consistent with the state. So we're just talking per diem for food.
when I traveled with the community college, we just did exactly what he, so same thing, we didn't do receipts on the food, but hotels and conference, that all was the receipts.
Yes, okay, makes
And
sense.
of course, it always wasn't enough when we went to Chicago.
And this is only the first read that we're doing today, so any other questions or concerns?
I actually think this is a great idea to save some paperwork. It varies on food. I mean, we know that. You could go eat at a five-star restaurant or you can eat at McDonald's. I mean, you can make the decision once you get your check. Okay, this is how we're going to divide it, and they figure it out. I think it's a huge time saver, so I do enjoy the fact that it would save our staff, I would assume your office, a lot of time. So thank you.
We do have only one travel person, which is same as our accounts payable person. So she does spend quite a bit of time on having to review everybody's travel claim and all of that, and staff trying to track down receipts. Typically, unfortunately, some staff will travel sometime early in the year and they save everything to the end of the year. And so it does add additional burden to the staff and to Lisa to try to get everything processed.
President
sense.
Kaler, members of
Thank
the
you.
board, I would also like to bring up the fact that if you travel out of country, some of those receipts are not in English and they have to be translated, and that's an undertaking in itself to translate and then also figure out the difference between dollars and yen or dollars and the foreign exchange.
Mr. Holland, in reference to like the time, you said people sometimes turn them in 6 months, or why don't we have something that says upon return on your trip, you have 60 days to submit? If not, you're out of luck. I mean, it's just, there should be something written down that says, 60 days is plenty of time to, and also,
It's just has not been a decision that the board,
Okay.
a time frame that the board had set.
okay.
There's nothing in statute, but
Thank you. I have a couple questions or concerns. 6.8, it was just really sad to read all the iPads list. I don't know. That was sad to me. I don't know if anybody else is mourning their loss, but I sure am, because I know what they were to us and what they brought to our middle schools when they opened, and I don't know. Just having a little moment for my iPads, okay? And also, really excited about 6.9. I know we've gotten a lot of information on that, and so thank you, Dr. Foley, for getting that application in and all the team that worked behind that. I know it was a huge undertaking in such a short amount of time. Appreciate that. And then, well, I'll wait till after we vote. But any other questions or concerns? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. And I just wanted to say welcome to Mrs. Schwartz. She's joining our Cooley family as our assistant vice principal. So when we are all back together, we will look forward to meeting her. So just wanted to say that. All right. Now we are moving on to some action and information items. Thank you, Curtis, for keeping things going here. We have our informational governing board monthly financial report. Any questions or concerns for Mr. Holland? Okay,
so President
Thank you,
Kaler,
Mr.
please
Holland.
keep in mind that you will still have one additional financial report, which will be classified or labeled the 13th month, which is basically the clearing month for last school year. And that's kind of when you'll see the final numbers of
Okay.
what was the results of 1920.
Great.
Make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, next is an informational meeting, or informational item, 7.2. And the Higley Unified School District, in conjunction with France Law Firm Group, will review information related to claims for damages associated with Juul and electric cigarette litigation. And a presentation related to the school district versus Juul Labs will be presented to the school board. And this is Mr. William Shinoff. Did I say that correctly? Mr. William Shinoff is going to be presenting this to us tonight. Welcome.
President Kaler, members of the board, we welcome Mr. William Shinoff from the France Law Group to give us a presentation, and also, too, I'll be jumping in once in a while to let us know the aspects that have affected the Higley Unified School District. As you know, we've had some families and some concerns within our district for our vaping concerns for our middle schools and high schools. Mr. Shinoff.
Madam President, members of the board, thank you very much for the opportunity to have me here tonight. Again, my name is William Shinoff. I'm an attorney with the France Law Group. I'm here today to talk about litigation I'm handling for over 90 school districts across the country against Juul Labs. I'm already representing school districts in Arizona, and I'm here to talk to you about the opportunity for Higley to get involved in this litigation that's already ongoing. A little bit about myself. Prior to joining the France Law Group, I myself was an education law attorney in Southern California, representing school districts throughout as general counsel and also as litigation counsel. And at the end of my tenure, I saw this increasing growth with the use of vaping in middle schools, high schools, and unfortunately, even in elementary school. And so what we've gone to this point is I'm going to go over is how we've gotten to the point of getting to litigation. Next slide. What we've done is, in the past, school districts worked very hard on decreasing tobacco use with students. And unfortunately, due to Juul Labs and other companies, this trend has now gone upside down. All the work that was put into it has gone in reverse. And as you can see, between 2011 and 2015, e-cigarette use among high school and middle school students increased by 900%. And even between the year 2017 and 2018, it increased 78% from 11.7% of high schoolers to 20.8% of high schoolers. And also, during that same time, there was an increase in middle schoolers of 48%. As you can tell, in 2018, 4.9 million middle and high school students used tobacco products, and 3.6 million of those were using e-cigarettes. So e-cigarettes have become the new, tobacco has become the new cigarette. And that is what this company's whole idea was to move the consumer from cigarettes to their product. And what I'm going to talk to you about is the fact of how they did that by talking about their product being safer and, unfortunately, their intentional and deceptive marketing to youth. Next slide. The director of the CDC has talked about exactly what I said, that all the work that was put into in decreasing tobacco use is now putting a new generation of youth at risk for nicotine addiction. Next slide. Juul, who is the main defendant in this lawsuit, they are a company that grew from a doctoral study project at Stanford University by two young men to now a $32 billion company in less than 8 years. They now control 82% of the market, and with different restrictions going in place, there are other companies that are coming in, but they themselves are the major component to this based on what they did in their different marketing practices. As the slide shows, from 2015 and now, their control of the market has increased, And in 2017 alone, they generated over $224 million in retail. And then in 2018, they sold $942.6 million in their product. Can you go to the next slide? Now, the reason a big part of their success was because of the innovation of their product. The big issue that they knew with cigarettes and why people were limited to the amount of cigarettes they used was from the hit that you would get from smoking cigarettes and the throat burn. And so what they did is they invented what's called nicotine salts that's in their pod. What that did was that eliminated the hit from the inhalation, and so there wasn't that throat burn. And so what they've now done is the ability to use their product a lot. And what we've now learned is that their product actually contains 10 times the amount of nicotine than a cigarette. And as we all know, nicotine is highly, highly addictive. And also on this chart, you'll see some of the different flavors of their product and how they intentionally made it interesting to children. They have flavors such as fruit medley, creme brulee, snake oil, Snow White's demise, everything to kind of be attractive and to be focused on children. But at the same time, they'll tell you that they had no intention ever to sell their product to a child. Next slide. Now, based on their dominance of the market and from school districts to the police, the government then got involved because of the youth vaping epidemic that they were seeing. So in February 2018, the FDA sent a letter to Juul expressing the concern about the popularity of its product among youth and demanding that Juul produce documents regarding its marketing practices, because they were trying to get to the bottom of why are we seeing such a high use of this product in children. As of October 2019, not only the FDA are investigating them, but also the Federal Trade Commission, multiple state attorney generals, and the U.S. House of Representatives. At this point, what we have seen through those investigations is exactly what we thought was going on. They went and took the marketing scheme of big tobacco and modernized. So they went and they're using social media, influencers, they're buying airtime on Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network, and they'll tell us, again, we had zero intention of trying to market to youth, but when you're buying commercial time on Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network, I don't know who else you're trying to attract. And then on September 9th, 2019, the FDA warned Juul that it has violated federal law by making unauthorized representations that Juul products are safer than cigarettes, because their whole slogan was the safer alternative. And next slide. And now we get to the point of what their actions have done. We now have children who are addicted to their product because they thought it was so cool, that it was safe. But if you go and you speak to kids about this product, 95% of them have no clue what's in it. They have no clue what the effect is, and what they don't understand is that the real reason they're using this product all the time is they're addicted, and they don't know how to get over that issue. Next slide. Now it's come to the point of who is this affecting? So it's not only affecting the kids' health, but it's also affecting school districts. And that's why I'm here today, to go and discuss what school districts can do going forward to help the kids in this community. Now, school districts have this interesting blend of how they not only educating, protecting. You're responsible for the children while they're on campus, and to not only educate them through books, but also through their community. And
President Kaler, members of the board, this is where Higley Unified School District enters the picture. We know that this year we've seen an abundance of use and students discipline due to vaping in our classrooms and in our schools and in our restrooms. For the Higley Unified School District, we know that each of our middle schools and high schools have had to add administrative personnel to help deal with some of the disciplinary issues caused by vaping within our school district. We've also had to put in cameras. We've also had to put in extra sensors in the bathroom that we've been trying out on a basis to see if they're working. So this is where the actual real costs to our school district is taken into account. Just the administrative costs alone and time in dealing with disciplinary issues for vaping within our schools has been an issue, not to mention the harm it has done to our community and to our students. We've been here in this boardroom and seen parents come to us begging for school support and school resources to be utilized to help us deal with this issue. So this is where Higley enters the scene. Thank you.
I have a quick question. Has our elementaries been affected by this? We've heard a lot about middle schools and high schools. I've never heard elementary.
President Kaler, members of the board, we do have a few instances where students within the elementary school system have received disciplinary referrals for vaping paraphernalia within the campus.
Thank you.
Next slide. As the superintendent just stated, Juul use on campus has now added another category to as teachers and administrators. Now they're having to spend time not only trying to educate students, but also try to police this use because of the way that the product was created. It can be used anywhere without really being taught. You know, we have kids using it in the bathroom. They now call these Juul rooms. They're able to use it in the hallway, and unfortunately, they're even using it in the classroom because the teacher can turn their back, they'll do it, become a game. And so it's become a substantial disruption to the learning environment, and these are why the school districts are dealing with this in a very unique way of how they've been harmed. Next slide. Now, districts are now having to divert resources. So you're now having to come up with money out of your general fund to deal with putting in these sensors, putting in cameras, having to deal with, are you going to have to deal with education of the students? Money and resources that could have been used for something else, now having to divert it. And that's part of the unique situation that school districts are part of this litigation. Next slide. Now, many school districts across the country have also shifted how they are trying to deal with this. Instead of automatic discipline, they're changing their policies, they're changing procedures. Are they going to be doing intervention of trying to rehabilitate instead of discipline? And there's a lot of time and resources that are being spent by districts. I even saw that your district has already amended board policy JICJ to include electronic cigarettes and vaping to your tobacco policy, and how you've already taken that next step, and you've already taken the steps to put in cameras, put in the vape detectors. Next slide. And this talks about exactly what districts across the country are doing. As the superintendent said, you fall within many of these categories of what districts have done. Some districts are putting in cameras near the restroom to be able to see people vaping. They're adding the vape detectors. Some districts are going as far as removing bathroom doors because it's becoming such an issue. Next slide. And as I said, vaping has become a disruption to the learning environment. And I hear stories not only about the vaping in the classroom, but I'm also hearing stories about kids not wanting to even go to the bathroom at school because they don't want to be around the vape. They don't want to be caught in that bathroom when it's going on. And it's changed the way schools are run, unfortunately. Next slide. And this brings to what we are trying to do in this litigation, and that's to be able to not only, number one, hold Juul and other companies accountable for what they've done, but also be able to provide your district the resources to be able to deal with this necessarily in the future. So in this litigation, it's threefold monetarily of what we're going to be getting for your district. First is to be able to recoup any costs or time that you've put into dealing with this vaping issue. So as the superintendent said, you've already put in money into putting in vape detectors. You've already put in money into cameras. You're dealing with discipline and hiring extra staff. Those are actual damages your district has already suffered that we'll be claiming as damages for you to go and recoup. Then what we're also going to be doing is future, looking forward to of what you will need in the future, because this is not an issue that's going away, and it's not fair for you to have to go and decide whether we're going to be able to hire more teachers because we need to go and shift funds to be able to go put in more vape detectors or more cameras. So we're also going to be looking forward to see how much you would need to go and put in vape detectors in all of your bathrooms, to add more cameras, to add extra staff that would be necessary in order to deal with this issue in the future. So that's part of this case of what we're doing. What we're also going to be doing is getting funds for education. Education is probably one of the most important things that we can do to deal with this issue, because there is this gap now that these companies have created through their deceptive marketing. And so what we will be doing is getting your district the funds necessary in order to put on these programs in the future. And so with analyzing the numbers that they are currently at and seeing the spike in the high usage, what our experts have already told us is that in order to get the numbers back to where they were prior to Juul going on this rampant marketing campaign, that we should get your district 10 years worth of funding to put on these educational programs. And so we will do that. We will be making that demand in this case, because that we've already seen through education for districts that I work with. They've already seen that is helpful. We know that will help. And so what my firm is offering for our clients is, while this litigation is ongoing, we already have put a panel of experts together that will present to the students and the parents on the harms of vaping at no cost to the district. So at least we can start this education process now and not wait for recovery in this case. In addition to the educational aspect, we'll also be providing the ability for provide resources to your students if they feel as though we've already put a network together of doctors and other professionals who can help these students, if necessary, to deal with any issues of nicotine addiction or any other harm that they've done. So we can provide that resource to them without them having to do their own research and deal with it. The other aspect of this case that's not monetary is the social justice aspect of this case. You as board members are leaders of the community, leaders of the district, and what this case also does is holding Juul accountable and protecting the students of your community. And so we're doing that in this litigation by seeking an injunction on their marketing, making sure that they stop doing what they're doing of targeting children, because we're seeing the after effects of what they've done, and we want to make sure that there is an order from the court saying exactly what they can and cannot do going forward, as they did in big tobacco 20 years ago, which was successful. Next slide. This goes over again the different damages the districts are suffering from. So not only do you have the issue of monetary, but also with the health issues related to vaping, we're now seeing student absence. We're now seeing the health effects and them not being able to come to school, and the social and emotional issues also that come along with nicotine addiction is just another example of the issues that are created through the students and how it's harming the learning environment. Next slide. And again, this goes over how we're here to help you. So the way this will work is, once the board approves our contingency fee agreement, we would file the lawsuit on behalf of the school district. This is a unique case because this is what you would call a type of class action. It will not be your district alone versus Juul. What happens is we would file your case in federal court, and your case would then be transferred over to the federal court in San Francisco with the rest of the school districts across the country, and we all together work as a team against the companies that we are in this case against, and we litigate it together. But for purposes of recovery at the end, it's done individually. It's not done through some global, small amount that you would get at the end. You would actually be able to recover the specific amount that we've shown that you've suffered through this and that you will need in the future. We will be litigating this matter on behalf of the district. We'll be working on motions, discovery, and if necessary, trial. Throughout this litigation, we will be providing regular updates to the board to let you know what's going on, to kind of provide you where we are in this litigation. And as I said, we're going to be recouping past and future costs to the district related to Juul's vaping epidemic, and we will provide you with the educational programs if you so wish to take advantage. Next slide. And this goes over a little bit of the background of my firm and some of our representation and our results, which you can see. But I want to provide the opportunity to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Question number one. How much time or man hours is it on our end for our employees to get the information you need? And then from that, is that kind of how you come up with the dollar amount for specifically just Higley? How much time is involved in that?
That's a good question. As I said, this is not like normal litigation. So what's important for me is what will happen is at some point there will be what's called a discovery questionnaire provided by the other side for me to get information from my district clients. I will then work with your district to get that specific information related to your district, and that will help us also be able to determine your damages. But what I can tell you based on my experience of already working with other districts that are the same size of yours, that the max amount of staff time would be between 8 to 10 hours in total of this litigation, provide me the information I need. Also, with this case, because of how it's litigated, there will be minimal document production because, as you're aware, the majority of evidence we will have is going to be student records, which we're not turning over. But what's important that we show is exactly board policy, showing that you've changed your board policies, show any invoices of any costs you've incurred, and then we'll work with your administrators to try to figure out man hours that have been put into dealing with this issue in the past. And we have our own experts who will go and put a cost to that, and also we have experts in place to look into your needs for the future. So also, as part of this litigation, there's no depositions. So there's not going to be your staff having to go get prepared for a deposition, sit for a deposition. And also what ends up happening in these types of cases is if this case doesn't resolve, the judge has already said that he wants to see a trial by next summer. They do what's called a bellwether trial, which is a sample trial to give the defendants an opportunity to see what it would be like to go to trial on these cases. They have the right to go to trial on every one of these cases. And so what happens is one of the school districts will volunteer. It's a volunteer basis. It's up to the district if that's what they want to do. And they will be the sample trial that would go forward. That district, the administrator would probably be deposed. There might be a couple other staff members deposed. But again, that's voluntary, and that would obviously increase the staff.
And you mentioned 90 school districts are already on board with this, and how many are from Arizona?
I represent over 90 school districts. There's probably around 150 school districts already involved in this litigation. There is 6 school districts in Arizona already involved, and I'm going to be presenting to more in the next 2 months.
Board members, any other questions, concerns?
President Kaler?
Yes, Mrs. Reese.
So I was just reviewing the file that we have and seeing the cost of representation. And I also see that percentage changes after December 31st. From a time frame standpoint, given our situation, COVID, things falling behind, what is the likelihood that recovery would be done before December 31st?
It depends where we are in the litigation, but I think you brought up, I want to talk about the cost of the litigation. There is no cost to the district to be involved in this litigation. We don't work hourly. We don't ask for a retainer. We only are paid our fees if the district recovers anything financially. And we have a percentage of that. And what I can also tell you is that normally for plaintiff litigation, our normal percentage would be 40%. But what we've done is we've cut our fee to the structure of if it resolves before December 31, it would be 20%, and any time thereafter, no matter how long it takes, it's 25%. The case has already been has been going on for quite some time, so there is the chance that there could be some sort of resolution before December 31. I really can't guarantee. I can't guarantee that, but that is the timeline. So I can't tell you for sure. And as you're seeing, courts are also having delays with that. But what this judge has done is he's not been allowing this to be a delay. He's been putting his foot on the pedal on this case. He finds it to be disturbing and very concerning about this case. So this case really hasn't been slowed down, which is good. So there is that possibility. And I can't guarantee.
Thank you.
Mr. Stanoff? Because of the budgetary constraints of the district, we've had a lot more things that we've wanted to do that we couldn't afford. Would that be taken into account, and would we be able to put some of those measures in place?
Yes, that's the purpose of this. We would go and we would look in the needs. What does this specific district needs? And that's why this case is unique in that it's not a class action where we look at as everyone just the same. We look at each one of our districts individually and look at their specific situations and look at their needs. And that's the important aspect of our interaction with the administration, to look at what your specific needs are and making sure that we make sure that it's supported with the information that we need when we go and present it the other side.
So if there's a school district out there that's doing an incredible job on addressing this issue, and there's quite a bit of cost reference to that, if we wanted to duplicate that, is there something here that can help us to absorb those costs, to bring that program to what these other districts are doing up there? Or how does that work?
Sorry, can you say that again? I really couldn't hear you.
Say there's a district across the country that's doing, got it, okay, and they're really addressing this issue, but it costs X amount of dollars, and we're down here because we can't afford to be up here. Is there any money available to us through this for us to bring us up? You know, if there's a program working across the country, are all these school districts going to be able to have access and bring their programs up to this?
There are different organizations that are out there that we will work with your staff on getting them involved with, that are having grants in other deeds. In California, I know that there's been budgets put out by the state to provide extra funding. We'll look into that with Arizona, but we also have connections with different organizations that are helping school districts with providing other resources.
President Kaler. So thanks for coming. I look forward to, I'm totally in support of this. I've read everything that has been sent to us. So I look forward to, I hope that we can vote on the board to move forward on that as soon as possible. So thank you for being here, and thank you for doing this. I think it's important.
Thank you.
I too want to thank you for coming. I know we've had parents up here talking to us. I know in this situation we don't, but we've had parents that come in and tell us that their kids are addicted to this stuff, and that, you know, it's been affecting their lives and their daily activity, and that we need to do more. And honestly, we've been trying, and I'm thankful that there's more that we can do. So thank you for coming.
Yes.
President Kaler, members of the board, we've also been working on this for the last 3 or 4 months too. And before Mrs. Good's retirement, she did review the contracts and did make some changes to the contracts with the law firm. So I just want to let you know that this is something that we have been working on for the last 3 or 4 months.
I guess my only other question is, why wouldn't a school district sign up on this? Why wouldn't we, I guess, is the question I have. And why haven't I would think every district, if it would sign up. So I just kind of want to know, playing devil's advocate a little bit.
President Kaler, members of the board, the Fritz Law Group is not the only law group that has come to us and asked us to sign on with them. We've had 3 or 4, but taking a look at the different opportunities, the cost, the structure, what's best for students, the ability for them to come in and start working right now on a prevention program was what led me to look at this lawsuit more closely than some of the others. So it was the whole package of the different companies. There, you can find a couple of other groups and associations that are also moving forward with some of the issues against Juul and some of the other companies. But when you take a look at the whole picture, the cost structure and everything, that's what led me towards this company.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Is there any other companies we should be going after, not just Juul?
What? Yes.
Okay, I'm like, I think that
So-
there's more than
so-
one. I
so
mean,
th-
I'm
th-
kind of
there
not,
is.
okay.
And that's what we're working on right now. There's a newer company you're seeing called Puff Bar, who's kind of come in to replace Juul because Juul has taken the flavors off the market, which they're going to bring back on. And so we are looking into these other companies. But what we do know now is what Juul has done. And we have started looking into other people that worked with Juul on their marketing campaigns. You're going to see companies like Walmart. You're going to see companies like 7-Eleven, how they work together with Juul on their marketing and how that's done. But there will be others brought in. The investigation is still going on through this case, and they will be brought into the case if we can find information to support our claims.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving forward, this would have to come back to our board for a vote. Is that correct, Dr. Thomason?
Yes, President Kaler, members of the board, it has been the process that we like to bring you an information item to and then to vote on it for the next board meeting. And so I will be bringing this back on the 29th for the board to officially make a decision on whether we want to move forward with this.
I thank you for making the trek out to hot Arizona. I see your business card. I would rather be in San Diego right now. I mean, come on. So thanks for putting up with the heat, giving us this information. Our students are very valuable to us, and I know that we have all had interactions with vaping and or our parent here or whatever it was. So thank you for doing this.
Thank you all very much for your time.
Okay, safe travels.
Appreciate it.
Next up, we have our update 7.3 on the reopening of schools, and this will be the Dr. Foley show.
President Kaler, members of the board, good evening. So we are here tonight to provide some updates for you, like version 100.2 or whatever, something like that. Feels like it. Updates so that we can share with you some information that was also shared with families this afternoon and talk about some real specific things. Before we start talking about the logistics and some updates and some clarification of a few things, we want to kind of say thank you for a second. You can, next slide. We as district administration express huge thanks to our families, to our students, to our employees, our teachers, and our leaders who are working diligently or waiting for information as we try and figure this out as things continue to change. We are working round the clock to get information to you. Our teams are working round the clock and virtually in most cases at this time. And we also recognize the collective sacrifices that are here. And again, we're providing tonight an update of our details to the very best of our ability at this point, knowing that there are lots of there are other ways we wish we could make this happen at this point. So, and we also caution that there are still changes that may come as updates from authorities continue to be provided to us. And we're going to talk about that a little bit tonight, and we're going to give some specifics as well. So next slide, please. We want to make you aware of some things that have already happened this week as we prepare for back to school. So this is an exciting time. We've talked about opportunities and challenges, and mindset is going to be huge this year. So we officially did our kickoff to our administrative retreat on Monday morning virtually with the theme song Under Pressure. And our visual this year is how we're going to take coal and make diamonds of opportunities and challenges. And so that's kind of the theme our leaders have been working on, and they have been part of. Let's put it this way, no beginning of school year has required such coordination and common thinking and planning together remotely and on the phone and at all hours of the night. And so that's important. The other thing that we welcome today is our brand new teachers virtually. I have to tell you, your team of instructional coaches, Matt Agnew and Kim Dodds, the gifted assistant director, reworked, retooled, and rebuilt our new teacher orientation. We created a blended approach, anticipating, nothing like learning how to use a tool you'll be using to teach than to be a student in it. And we have retooled that program to create a virtual experience. And we are proud to share that our new teacher orientation today went about as smooth as it possibly could, virtual style, as we are training them on how to prepare to start teaching in the tool that they are learning about our district in. So another cool thing is that we now have our retreat, our new teacher orientation. So whenever we hire teachers, it is all now available virtual at any point and any time. So again, we'll talk about a couple of virtual events that have been modified or changed here. Mr. Latzenheiser?
President Kaler, members of the board, we've had to make some changes to the calendar for rolling out information to our students. So you'll notice that Black Hawk and Kingdom Days were moved. They were supposed to start today in an in-person format, and they've moved virtually this year, starting on the 20th. Part of that also was in due that we have the KEV group coming in, so we have our online payment options. We practiced that today to be ready for the 20th so that parents have that availability to pay fees and different things like that online when they receive their schedules. And another reason why we needed to move it is to give us more time to work with schedules and how we could do and roll that out. And so thank you to the high school staffs for their commitment to the detail of that and moving that virtually. We do have our teachers reporting on the 21st, once again in a virtual format. And so the principals have been working very hard to give up and sacrifice some of the traditions of starting school. And so when we talked about sacrifices earlier, these are big sacrifices because a lot of times we want to have those big meetings in person, the rah-rah, let's kick off the year things, and they'll be doing those virtually and managing the trainings virtually this year. And then we've maintained the consistency of the middle school schedules being released on July 22nd for the anticipation of the start of school on the 27th remotely.
Mr. Latzenheiser, so does that mean on July 20th, after the parents pay their fees, is that, it used to be that we would have to stand in line, pay our fees, and then pick up our schedule. So do we pay our fees and then parent view, the schedules go live? Is that how this is?
Actually, we're going to rearrange the order on that. And so we might be chasing fees a little bit more than requiring them ahead of time. We're going to roll it out so that they see their schedules. I think with the ability to do it virtually, we can't turn you off and then turn you on depending on how you pay.
I was wondering if they talk to each other or not, but
no, instead we're
probably
going to release the schedules. And,
Okay.
and in some ways that helps a little bit because if a kid wants to change classes and might have a new class that has a fee, or he moves a class that doesn't have a fee, we're not going to have that misinformation. They're going to know there's
anything online, though, is better than standing in line for 3 hours. So we are grateful for
Okay.
KEV Group to be rolled out.
And they'll also be able to do their parking pass and all that online, correct?
They can pay for it online. We'll still have processes once we're able to open the schools again. Obviously, we don't need parking yet.
Yes,
but once we
I
get
know
to
that
the,
is a big question because that is why everyone stands in line for 3 hours at Higley to make sure
Well,
you have that little
But also
parking.
Higley opened up more
Yes.
parking spots here in the district office, so we've had a lot more.
A lot less of that
Less,
headache.
yes.
Last year, mid-year, I think we did that, or towards the beginning of the year we did that, but I did want to make sure that that will be handled appropriately online.
yes, you'll be able to pay for those online, but still
Okay.
turn in the forms.
And just
Thank you.
a side note, I did hear Little Bird tell me too that on sports fees, when we go on KEV Group, it can be tax credit or not tax credit, and you pick. And that was very important to a lot of parents this past year. So thank you for that too.
Okay, President Kaler, members of the board. On the elementary side of things, we've had an exciting week. 6 hours of talking to each other through Teams meetings, not all at once, but over the past 3 days. So I want to compliment my group of principals, assistant principals, and our one dean, because everybody jumped in and problem solved together. So Meet the Teacher will be virtual. Principals will send a welcome video on the 22nd. They will find out their teacher assignments at 5 p.m. on the 22nd. On the 23rd, the teachers will send out their welcome video, and they will highlight, their classroom, Canvas, how to sign up the following day for live sessions with their teachers, and they're going to give the parents and kids a homework activity in Canvas. So they'll learn all about it right then. So we're excited about that, and it's a new learning opportunity.
Mrs. Richards, so on the 23rd, is it a certain time that teacher's going to go live?
They're going to send it out at 4 p.m.
Okay.
But the 23rd isn't live. The 24th will be live. We were a little scared that if we all went live at the same time, our technology might go wonky and people couldn't get in. So on the 24th, the live sessions are little mini sessions for like groups of 5 parents at a time. So fingers crossed that works.
We've really gotten creative in education.
Yes, we have.
Thank you. Thank you for
Yes.
that.
Ms. Richards, and what time are those live sessions supposed to take place?
They're going to sign up through, my brain just went.
Sign up
Yes.
Genius?
And so there'll be 5 time slots. They'll make sure they get them all in. So it'll be throughout the day. So like 2.5 hours of time, usually.
Is there evening slots available?
At this time, they were going to try to put them in the day, but, on Monday, they're going to offer one-on-one sessions if they need to as well.
Okay, because we have to remember, although our kids are not in school, parents are
Absolutely.
working. And so our Meet the Teachers have been typically in the evenings so parents can get there. And although we're virtual, if we're doing it during the day, we have to be cognizant of
Yeah, that's
those
great.
families who are still working. So
So I'll pass that on because they could possibly put that on Friday as another time slot. So thank you.
thank you.
So I know that many of you have expressed what is an update for our athletics and our summer activities to be opening again. And so I just wanted to give you a brief summary of what's happening. We have met with the high school administrators and the athletic directors and the principals and talked about our process and looking at what we're going to do with these athletes and people and activities starting this summer. And so as of right now, currently ours are suspended, but the plan is that we will look at resuming once again, and we need to emphasize this heavily on a voluntary basis, coming in on Monday, July 20th. And so that is next Monday. We need to emphasize that these are optional activities for students to be on. They're not mandatory practices, and parents will have that ability to make a choice whether they feel comfortable for themselves to have their students participate or not. And, an heavy emphasis is being placed with coaches and with directors saying that there are not going to be penalties for kids missing. That is a choice, and these are summer activities. Once again, voluntary and optional are 2 words that we're using quite often. We will continue to follow the guidelines that the district had put in place starting in early June about what happens when a student comes to practice and what are the guidelines that are allowed them to participate. And we're going to be at what's called stage 2, and the reason we're at stage 2 is that's where we left off of. Outside groups are going to be at 50 or less so that we can have spacing. Interior groups are going to be at 25 or less. Masks will be required to and from coming to it, depending on the activity, as much as we can to wear masks, that we will. Temperatures will be taken. Parents will be asked to provide, and students to, this is where I'm at with my own health, and then we're going to record that information. One of the important things for us to continue looking at how we address this issue is maintaining the information that we have from our campuses in terms of incidents, in terms of how many students are involved, and how we can continue to check. And so when the question is asked, what data are you going to look for? Starting when we come back on the 20th, we're going to look at that specific data that's going to be within our own people coming onto our campuses, maintained by our coaches and directors, and going through our athletic directors. Additionally, we're going to follow models that are consistent with most of what the East Valley is doing. Being in communication with other district athletic directors, I know that a lot of our peers are planning to open once again on the 20th. and talking with Gilbert and talking with Mesa and part of Chandler as well. And so when I look at that, we're being very consistent about what's happening within the East Valley in general. And I know the question has come up due to some publicity about whether bands are going to be allowed. I think that athletics and bands go hand in hand. And so when we take a look at what happens with our band programs, specifically I've had many conversations with Mr. Edgar at Williamsfield about how he has incorporated health and safety standards within what he does and the opportunities provided for kids. I'm more than comfortable in saying that he will be tracking the exact same data and we'll be all part of the same database when we're looking to allow for students and people to come back, once again, on a very voluntary basis. And why now, I think, is a question that people asked. Because last week, we made the decision that we were going to suspend for a continual week, but why now? We're coming up to some deadlines, unfortunately, in terms of how we prepare our athletes and our activities for competition. We can't expect for our students to walk in on August 17th, provided we're open, and be full bore ready to go, knowing that we're going to have competitions the first week of September with the current guidance that's coming out from the AIA. They need time to acclimate, and that's why the summer things are so important for them in order to be prepared to come back and to do that. So yes, we are offering those opportunities on our campus on a voluntary basis and going through that. And I do want to thank our high school principals and athletic directors and meeting with Mr. Stengel and Mr. Dilley about this and the confidence that we have in order to follow these procedures that we've all put in place. We feel comfortable that this is the right move, looking forward to reopening activities and athletics summers on July 20th, which is Monday.
I do have some questions. I'm extremely nervous
Okay.
with where you're going with this. My concern is Arizona. You're looking at other school districts here in the state. Arizona is not the leader in this country in reference to addressing this virus that's taking place. I feel like almost like we're in Arizona here, we're like the orchestra on the Titanic, and it's sinking, and the conductor keeps telling us to play, and the orchestra, we keep telling, I hear water. That's where we're at here, okay? And I'm just really, really concerned that, especially with the music program and things like that, there's virtual choirs, there's virtual band. I mean, it's pretty incredible what's taking place across this country for the safety of our children. And I really don't want us to use our teachers and our students as a commodity for economics, okay? We're human beings, and I want us to be safe. And my other concern is the training, okay? You're telling me, okay, the coach is going to be looking out for these students, so-and-so. Who's training them, okay? And how are we even addressing this? And what's going to happen if somebody's positive? And I mean, who's making sure the tables are wiped in the gym and the band instruments are cleaned? This is huge. And I mean, if we don't have a set procedure at each school, like this is what's going to happen at this school, the instrument's going to be clean, the students are going to be apart from each other. This is going to be a free-for-all here, I can see, and I'm extremely nervous, and I'd like this to be known that myself as a board member this evening, I'm extremely nervous as far as where we're going with this.
And again, it is voluntary at this time. Even when schools resume July 27th, our schools are technically closed. So anybody that wants to participate, if a sport opens up later on and the school's open, they would still be a part of that sport. Is that what I'm understanding?
That is correct. These are voluntary things that are happening right now, and there will not be penalties for students and families who say that they are making the choice not to have their children participate.
Thank you for that clarification. Mrs. Reese?
I'm just going to assume that this is also at the request of our coaches, our directors, that we're not telling them, you need to go out and do this, that they're requesting that this happens. So we're not directing our coaches, our directors, if they're not comfortable doing practice or whatever it may be, then We're not
Absolutely.
telling them they have to. They're
In
asking us.
no way, shape, or form are we requiring any of this. And many of our coaches and directors are looking forward to that sense of normalcy and being around kids who want to be around them. And the different literature that we were reading, a lot has to do with the social emotional welfare of our students and the isolation that they've been feeling, and how sports and activities can allow reduction of that. And quite honestly, we were getting feedback. We get feedback on both sides of this from our community, and that a lot of the feedback that I've gotten recently has said, please, this is what my child, this is their life, and this is what they want to do, and please allow them to have that opportunity, and we'll make the commitment about how we follow through and say health and safety procedures for them. And we do have protocols put in place for all of our campuses outlined. These started in early June, once again, about the cleaning procedures and different things and the expectations of the coaches. And the training for that was done at the beginning of the summer.
President Kaler, members of the board, also like with our community education program and our program that we had started in early June, we are daily tracking individual students' activities, whether there are signs of illness or not too, along with the staff. And so we do have a good data tracked from the beginning of June through our community education program and through our sports programs too. That's very important. So we know exactly how many students did not attend because they were feeling ill. We know exactly how many adults did not attend, and we track their signs, their vital signs, and their symptoms while they're in the activities too. And so it's a very heavy data-driven process that we're also utilizing. So should the need come up to take a look at whether we need to shut down immediately, we do have that data information available.
And thank you for recognizing the social emotional, the sports that are happening, the band, the programs that are going on. These kids are involved kids, and I have no doubt the last 4 months have been very difficult for them, because they're typically used to being involved and being potentially isolated at home, or less involved because there's nothing for them to do. From that social emotional piece, that for some, and I've heard from some parents, that that's been the harder part of this for their child, that they wouldn't see their kid unless they went into their room for days at a time, and they just had no desire to get up and move, where their child's normally a very involved student or person. So thank you for addressing that social emotional piece.
I too got the emails about the social and emotional piece from parents. There were parents who emailed us directly and asked that we support these programs. And it's voluntary. I know you've said it's voluntary. I'm going to say it again. It's voluntary for the coaches and the staff, correct? And their directors. That
is correct.
Okay. It's voluntary, voluntary, voluntary.
That is correct.
Okay. And just a thank you for thinking of that piece. Just like Mrs. Reese said, I've seen the emails from parents. These involved kids they're struggling, and we have to address some emotional states too here. Thank you.
Mrs. Wilson, Mrs. Reese, following up this morning too, had an opportunity to talk with Bob Edgar, who also happens to be the president of the ABOTA organization. And the ABOTA organization for marching band has already made the decision that the competitive marching season for this fall it will be suspended at this point. However, the organization is stressing the fact that participation and involvement in this is more than the sum of competition, and so that there are ways in which students can continue to be involved and engaged. And so hence the theme that there is the continuation of this, even in the removal of the competitive part for the marching band component.
And so my other question is, so I know that Williamsfield Band is Higley Band interested as well, and are we communicating what each school is offering?
We are communicating when we sit and meet. It's all of us in the room together, and I think the one thing that's important for us is to provide the opportunities for both campuses to be the same and consistent. And so their band, if I know correctly right now, has been doing virtual band camps instead of being in person, and that's the choice of their community and their director.
Great, thank you for that. Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm excited to tell you that Title I summer school is going well. We had pushed it back to July with the hopes that we could be in person, but that didn't work out. And the good thing was our teachers were trained, they were ready to go, and Canvas is going very, very well. So it's kind of good for us because it's a little test drive of what's going to happen on the 27th. Actually, 25 more students joined in after we announced it's not in person, it's virtual. So we have about 80 kids every day participating, and it's kids from Gateway, Chaparral, and Power. They're focusing on math, ELA, specials, and social emotional. So you can see the quotes up there, and that was probably my favorite report, was these teachers are excited about it, along with the kids. So that's our little update on summer school.
Okay, so now let's talk about the school year schedules and now what. So some communication has gone out to families today, specifically from their administrators at their schools, to start talking about schedules and talking about what it looks like. And we're going to go through some of those details together tonight. One of the things that we wanted to do is a sort of a clarification of terms and then an update to where we're at today based upon, again, the evolving logistics of how do we make this work and work well for everybody with ever-evolving changes that are happening at all levels. So again, the remote learning term, when we were talking about remote learning, was obviously for those, initially we had parents identify which camp do you want? Do you want to be an in-person learning and we're going to call you remote? You know, this will be remote learning until in-person learning is possible. You can go to the next slide. To the idea of online, which was distinction, so that if you or don't have any plan or want to return to school at any point, that you could go all online. Okay, so next slide. So where are we today? And this is kind of where it evolves. And again, going back to the idea of that crystal ball, you know, what we're making decisions for today, for tomorrow, with an unknown future here. One of the things that we are saying is that all of our students are going to begin what we call remote, obviously, because we're not able to open in-person buildings. We also want people to know that, I mean, and the news, if you're one of the things that's being discussed right now, and that is a hot topic as well, is the potential, her words exactly, that we are actively reevaluating the date in which the governor would allow in-person learning. So right now, that is the date we have, but again, there's the potential that that may be moved. Logistics for scheduling and wanting to limit the difference between, if, to be honest with you, if we, the date moves back further, there may be families who choose one thing today who may say, you know, never mind tomorrow. So one of the things is, because it's virtual anyhow, we're starting with everybody in a remote model. The other thing that this helps with is tonight on the consent, you mentioned you approved our the forming of our official Higley Virtual Online Academy. Tonight you approved the ability for us to get a CTDS, so that we will actually have a school number to register with the state so we can actually enroll students into that. We are working with the state to do that. So one of the things that we have decided is to stop asking our families, what do you want? Do you want to commit today to being all of this or all of this, with knowing that we don't know how long this or this may last, and we don't want you shifting back and forth between. There's also a lot of logistics in planning, scheduling, training, moving numbers, teachers, how many, who. So right now, we're beginning with everyone remotely. And we sent that clarification to families today so that they understand that. Now we're going to talk about, next slide, what does that mean?
Dr. Foley, can I just ask a quick question?
Yes.
Because you had on there that we're going to be surveying families again.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way we can do this through parent view, student view, that when they log in, whether it's high school, middle school, to get their schedules, or the elementary because they're logging through Canvas, something where there can be an option that is selected so that we really can have a better idea that, like, everyone, it's hitting everybody. I mean, if you want to know your schedule, you've got to, for middle and high school, you got to log into Student View or Parent View to be able to get that instead of an email survey. And the reason, so part of the reason I'm asking is we've started sending out information today. Today, I enrolled my great niece and nephew at Coronado. Clearly, they can't get it inputted and all that information. So because we're remote, we're already missing information, you know, because they wouldn't have already gotten this letter that says, click on the survey here if you need a device, or this is what's going to happen. And so we may have families missing vital information, and sometimes surveys go to junk mail. Sometimes they're like, I can't take this right now. I'll come back to it. Forget about it. We know we don't get a true, it gives us an idea, but not a true sense based on the response we get. So is there any way we can look at trying to gather this information through that, where then we know, like, yep, this family's checked off, this family's checked off. It doesn't mean they can't change it,
Right.
but we do need to know who, not just how many.
Yes. Yeah, I think we can work closely with Brian on this, because a lot of this has to do with also the enrollment, because clarity in that program is actually enrolling in and enrolling out. And what we're trying to do is save, as people's minds change, as dates change, the enrolling in, the enrolling out, because it is a massive logistical process. But using that same platform as a way to garner that information when we do survey, to see how helpful that could be, we will explore the extent of how that would best work so that we can ensure to get it. But also, the very good point is, one of the reasons why having everyone start remote is, as we have new families enrolling and some moving out, trying to formalize and finalize who's online, who's not online, who's remote, who's not, when we're all using the same platform, similar curriculum in similar ways at this moment, you know, at this point until the 17th, but potentially longer, is getting that information so we can adjust accordingly. So I hear you, and absolutely correct. The hard part is even those we've heard from are saying, I'm not sure right this moment because I don't know, or I think I've made up my mind, but I reserve the right to change it. So at this moment, we're going to say we're not going to ask you to declare either way. We're going to staff and make sure we get you started and start connecting with you, make sure you have your device, you have your access, you know, can you log on? Do you know how to use it? In fact, while we were sitting here, we got a text, the three of us got a text from Chantel, who is monitoring. Obviously, the communication went out with a survey for, do you need a device? Well, here we are at this point, and we already had over 765 requests for devices. So the good news is that they're reading it, but the good news is they're reading it. Now we got to make sure we get them those devices. And so, but again, you know, the start of school is right around the corner, and so getting schedules and teachers and prepared and devices connecting with you, and then we will help figure out what model you're in. And honestly, that'll work really good for us too, because the state getting us a CTDS number to make us an official school to enroll them was going to be a challenge until that capacity was done anyhow. So again, this is where we are building our plane as we fly it, as we wait for, you know, the state to also get clear on logistics for attendance and making that work with our student information system, and then training people on how to do that. So ready or not, here we go. When we talk about remote learning, and we talk about it with our teachers, and we talk about it with our leaders, when we talk about it with our families, one of the things we're going to be conveying, and we want to convey this without creating panic, is that the remote learning that's beginning this school year is different than the remote learning that you ended the school year with. We may be calling it the same thing, but the experience will be very different. We learned a lot. You've heard us talk to you about Canvas Lift. You heard us talk about summer school. The fact that we now have, literally, we are evolving. We'll have an online academy in Higley. We have a learning management system that is being utilized K-12. Is big, and we are going to be more explicit in providing instruction and assessment and engagement. So one of the things you're going to see here in a minute is we're going to talk about what the schedules look like. Yes, remote learning is different. We're expecting participation. We're expecting engagement. We're checking in with. Students will be learning activities. There's going to be, and our families will have an opportunity to learn about this instead of getting emails and trying to open things and having multiple places. They're now going to have a one-stop place to go. Grading will be part of the learning, and feedback will be provided, and attendance will be taken. Now, while we say that, we also realize that there will need to be flexibility. There will need to be accommodation. There will need to be communication that happens between families and teachers. So that if you cannot turn in something on a set date because of a reason, that you will not fail because you didn't turn it in on this date, but the expectation is you will turn in that work, that learning will happen versus optional participation.
Dr. Foley, I have just a couple of questions just to shoot in here.
Yeah.
I've seen on social media some people are wanting to buy a device. Can we put out something on what requirements might be nice for the new device that they may buy?
That's a great idea.
Because we have some people like saying, what can I get for my kindergartner? What computer? I'm willing to buy a computer to get up to snuff and get it all ready. And maybe we could provide, I've heard the Kindle Fire does not work for certain programs, but maybe if we provide something, some guidelines, I don't know what, but maybe something there. And I just want to thank our teachers and staff. Last year was hard. We know ending, it was not easy. And then coming into this year that we're going to do another new thing for them. I just want to thank them because I know we're changing things and I know all of you are thanking them, but just from the bottom of my heart, thank you, because we're changing the way we educate kids on the fly, and they're doing a great job. So those are the two things I wanted to maybe just interject quickly.
Thank you.
Dr. Foley?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt.
No.
How is attendance going to be taken? I kind of want to walk through that in my head. Like elementary, they're checking in every day? Or is it going to be the attendance on the days that they're scheduled to meet with their teachers, like secondary, like Monday, Thursday, Tuesday, Friday, in between? How does that look?
President Kaler, you would ask the question that the state is still giving us guidance for exactly how that looks. That's okay. And here's the deal. What we know is that because, again, for ADM, average daily membership, the requirement for attendance from the state is something. This is not something that we are doing to families. This is something the state is requiring of us to conform that students are accounted for and are learning for. And so those details are being finalized as we speak on how that might be. Again, AOIs or online institutions had logs and things kids had to do. They are looking at this not looking like that the remote log will be teachers visually seeing them, monitoring attendance. And again, this is one of the things too, when we get clarity about where parents will also need to report if their kids are sick or are out, so that the teacher knows that they won't be connecting with them. So this will be one of those things that we will need to provide an update for, because literally they are figuring out logistically how this works in the system so that we can teach administrators and teachers and parents and students on how to do this. So it is one of those things that expectation is engagement, attendance will be taken. Exactly how that is being done is still being figured out entirely.
So like everything else today, it's clear as mud.
And it is. And this is not, Higley hasn't figured this out yet. Higley is waiting for guidance from the state on how to do this within the management system, the synergy management system that we use.
President Kaler, members of the board, one thing that is clear from the state is that we do have to have an attendance login one time by the students in the first 10 days of education. And so between the 27th and 2 weeks after that, we do have to have one login for state funding purposes. But that's really all the guidance we've had so far, and it's still evolving from the state level.
So thank you to our attendance clerks as they're maybe trying to, I don't know, monitor without being able to. That sounds super fun to me. So thank you to them as well, because I can't even imagine what they're trying to figure out how to mark attendance.
This is one of the challenges that are the simple things that you would take for granted so easy. How to take attendance is something we're still learning and figuring out how to do. Is just an example of some of the simple challenges that are a whole lot different when we look at transforming how learning will happen. Yeah.
Dr. Foley.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Two things. One is more of maybe commentary, and the other is a question, but there are things that you've already just talked about, so
Okay.
I hope you don't mind my asking them. But I think at least in Maricopa County, as start dates get continually moved back, I mean, if that continues to happen, our original survey was taken, I think, at a time when we all thought things were going to be better. I envision a time where we, because they haven't been getting better in Maricopa County, that we ask that maybe people reconsider and consider a third option. I'm not eager to have 800 kids in a cafeteria in a day. I'm not eager to have 30 plus kids in a classroom in a day. And so we might want to resurvey and ask, and I know that's a lot more work and it's a big ask, but if this continues to get worse and things get moved back, we should probably ask our teachers and our community again about that third option, because at the time, I think I would have answered the same way everybody else did. All right, so I just want to say that. And then secondly, I did notice, and like you said, we ended the 9 weeks, and it wasn't really grade-sensitive stuff. Fine, but we're starting the year, and this stuff is going to count and matter to the grades. I don't know how much, we've bought a lot of devices. I've seen them come through, so I know we have a lot. How many do we have, number one? And number two, I did see something that and I've already looked ahead, so I'm jumping ahead, but you know that I know that we're looking at for high school and stuff. A form that I saw from one of our secondary schools said you can get one device for every 2 kids, but I think that's going to prove to be a problem. So how many devices do we have anyway? I mean, if our middle schools are already 1-to-1, I don't know why, anyway, can you talk about that a little bit, please? Or are you going to later?
President Kaler, members of the board, so we were prepared by the end of this school year to be a 1-to-1 school district. Now, we know because of COVID-19, a lot of that has been postponed because not only the Higley Unified School District, but districts across the country are now back-ordered on computers. So, but what we do know is the devices that we've had from last year and the ones that we have come in over the summer would be enough devices for all of our students to be able to utilize the online remote learning at the beginning of the year with the individuals that needed remote learning computers and information to start the year out. And so we're good on that aspect, but we're not completely there to a one-on-one aspect yet. We expect to be there by the end of the year.
The other aspect is that when we checked out those devices to students at the end of last year, we never collected those devices back. Uncertain if we needed to start the year, we didn't want to collect the device from you to turn around and have to redistribute it to you again. So the student device requests that we have right now are in addition to those requests that came in first. So they're checked out to these students through Destiny, so that we have an idea of who has the device and what grade level and what family and how many are each family. And so I think the hope would be is that as more devices come in, if we're not able, we will be able to provide more devices to families as our equipment comes in October, November-ish. More devices can be deployed to families if we are not yet back in buildings.
Okay, what I'm wondering though is the form that was sent out says 1 for every 2 kids. Is that old language that was just taken from the end of last year and repeated? Because if I'm reading that as a parent and I didn't get one and I have 2 kids that are high school kids, I feel like they kind of need 2 devices in that household, but this form is telling them you're not going to get 2.
Here's the issue, because the new devices are not in yet, based upon if we have enough that could be deployed for everyone to do at this particular point is what Chuck Kelly, our tech person, provided to us when we asked about double checking on the language. With what he knew he had his ability to get out to families right now, that was still to keep it there without the new devices being in our possession. And again, the idea was the end of this school year would be where we would purchase to have enough for one-to-one for everyone. So again, it's still a evolving process where we are on the trajectory to being where we want to be. Ideally, we are not where we wanted to be yet. At a time, we would have been really nice for that to be the case.
President Kaler, members of the board, I also wanted to address the hybrid educational option that we have not put together for the Higley Unified School District. Right now, with the executive order of Governor Ducey, with a hybrid option, you would still have to make your schools available and open for any student that wants to come to that school for the regular amount of school days and the regular amount of hours as prior to COVID-19 within the state of Arizona. So the hybrid option would also leave an unmet need and an unfacilitated need for students that would show up for school to not have a place to go, that we would have to make sure that they're supervised and that they're cared for while we have school in session, regardless whether they were part of the A schedule or the B schedule or the C schedule, whatever it was. And so the hybrid option for the Higley Unified School District was not a feasible option at this time, but it's something that we continue to look at, and we continue to work with our legislature to see if they would make that a more viable option. But at this time, the way the executive order is written, we would have to have the opportunity for any child in kindergarten through 12th grade to be able to come to the school during an open time, regardless whether it was a hybrid model or not.
Next slide.
Okay, this is one time where I'm going to tell you up front, I think elementary was more complicated than secondary. And I've been giving him a hard time because he's like, why do you have all those words on your page? I'm like, because I had to. But anyway, the principals worked really hard on this with me. They did a great job. So in a nutshell, in 1st through 4th grade, we wanted to do our very best not to overlap on top of interaction times with teachers, so that if you have a kindergartner and a 3rd grader and you've got one device, which kid gets on. And we backed all these live sessions up to specials because we know how important they are for kids. Some of these will be live, some will be recorded, but if you're a kindergartner, your parent knows, you know what, I'm going to get my kid with their teacher at 8 o'clock every morning, and I don't want you to think that it's 45 minutes of lecture, because we don't teach our kids like that. There'll be interaction going on, there'll be discussions, I'm sure there'll be movement in kindergarten, and some independent practice. So if you look at the schedule, I realize it's not perfect, but in 1st through 4th grade, that was the thinking. And also on Wednesdays, we know how important that social emotional piece is, and we had a committee look at different resources, and they found something called Sanford Harmony that they've been real intrigued with. It's free. It has a lot of components as far as what works with kids and PD for teachers. We also know we have Leader in Me schools. We're going to have a No Excuses University. We already have a lot of things going on. Plus, literature is a huge tool in teaching social emotional skills. So Dr. Foley has this book in her office, and it says, "She persisted." And I keep thinking, that's what we're all doing. And then I'm going to elbow this guy over here. You want to tell him what book you got this week?
My experience with elementary school is very limited, and with elementary teachers is very limited, but I was presented with a gift on Friday afternoon, and the title of the book was David Got in Trouble, and it is now very happily on my shelf. Following, apparently, it's a sequel to a book called No David, and so I haven't read them all yet, but I will.
We are indoctrinating him into the social emotional of the district office, and literature was a big part of our afternoon.
Both those books are great, don't worry. Don't worry.
So, in addition, so I have a kindergartner, let's say, and I know they're interacting with their teacher at 8 every morning. They've got specials. But within their Canvas shell, they're going to have ELA, math, science, and social studies every day. Some of that might be a 10-minute lesson in science. It's a science experiment. It's not that they're huge things, but every day they've got work in Canvas. Every live teacher, I hope they are, every live lesson will be recorded. So if your kid misses a lesson, they're going to be able to jump on and view that lesson. Teachers will also have time in their schedules for small groups, individualized instruction, gifted support, SPED support, EL support, literacy support. The teachers, if you look at this, you go, what are the teachers doing all that time? They have office hours. They're pulling small groups. They're in PLCs. They're planning. They're grading. They're giving feedback. And they're having professional development. So the one last thing is 5th and 6th grade looks a little different. So it looks a little bit like secondary. Can you go to the next one? And so they're going to have 2 instructional live periods a day, plus specials. And you'll see that kind of rotation that you're going to see in secondary. That looks like a lot, but those teachers typically don't pull as many small groups or as much, individualized, but they'll still have time for that. So this ends up a little bit on top of 1st through 4th grade, but we're hopeful that these kids are a little more independent.
Mrs. Richards?
Yes.
Just on this elementary piece. So you did say that all the lessons will be recorded. I'm assuming there's going to be perhaps a larger group of kids who won't be able to participate in the live sessions.
Right.
So they'll be able to, are they watching what transpired? Will they see the other interaction with the other kids?
They'll see as much as we can record through Canvas Studio. That's what we're going to try to use. And so I'll be honest with you, we're going to see how this goes. And so the good news is we're getting training on Canvas Studio next week, which is something new to Canvas. And I think it's going to be really helpful, but we're going to have to work with our teachers to know how exactly to do all of that. But anyway, good questions.
And then I'm assuming that the kids will watch that lesson, find all the other documents within Canvas, and then, like you said, the teachers are going to have office hours. Mm-hmm. So for some, these parents will be teaching their children.
Yeah, for sure.
5, 6, 7 o'clock at night, because that's when they're home with them.
Right.
And so they'll be able to then communicate with the teacher and try and make sure.
Yeah.
And so then the kids logging in, once we figure out attendance, even though they're not logging in live, as long as they log into some time during that day. Okay.
And we talked a lot about following up with those kids and how important it is, because we did have some kids in the spring that weren't participating. And so we're going to work really hard to support those families and those kids.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it earlier. Parents are still working.
They are.
And so the expectation of someone else being responsible for facilitating this, it may not be a reasonable expectation. I can tell you at my facility, we will not be able to facilitate the remote learning. I have 20 school agers between kinder and 5th grade. And it's going to have to be something their parents do because I have special needs kids. They're all in one class. And I can't have my staff be responsible for this one and that one. This one's on now, that one has this one has that.
Crazy, right?
So, I mean, it's going to have to be available for them. And, you know, hopefully the parents will be able to have that good communication with the teachers. And like Mr. Glover said, and thank you for asking that question, because I will have a 1st and 6th grader.
You will. You will.
And they're on at the same time. And so from a device perspective, that may become very interesting, not to mention from a Wi-Fi perspective, when I have 3, well, I'll have a high schooler too, so I'll have 3 kids on school and 2 adults working all
that's
at
a
the same
lot.
time. And I'm not the only one. And so that Wi-Fi piece is really important as well. So it may be that the 1st grader or the 6th grader can't log on, that they're going to have to wait. So
And so our teachers, they've been so great, and they'll work through this. We'll be flexible with due dates and grading while we're supporting. And later, we're going to talk about Kids Club, but we're going to have some educators in Kids Club from preschool until we get back in the buildings supporting those kids with Canvas. So that's exciting anyway. You want me to send some of those to your place too?
And we approved Florida Virtual, so that will be pieced in here correctly, right? Correct, Florida Virtual.
As soon
we
as
approved
we-
at our last board meeting, I believe, or 2 board meetings ago. So that'll be able to piece in some extra
Yes.
help. And I think I tinkered with it. I got to view a few things. I think they did decent instruction on there to kind of teach me how to teach my kid. So I would really encourage teachers to put those in whenever they see fit, because it did help quite a bit, like going through it, because I'm going to have to probably teach algebra this year. And it's been a while since I took
Yeah,
algebra,
it's
so it might take me a little bit. I'm sorry, Mr. Glover,
No,
you teach
contact
it a
your
lot.
teacher,
I
no.
do not. So
There's
Florida
answer
Virtual.
keys. We can get you.
So that
This
trainer
is-
of trainers, sorry.
Go
That
ahead.
trainer of trainers training is Monday afternoon. So anyway, we're excited to have it. Thank you.
And Mrs. Richards, I have heard concerns from teachers saying, you know, my kid is going to go into Kids Club, and, you know, they can be somewhat, not completely independent, but sort of independent, but having that ability to have a teacher kind of oversee our kids in Higley, that's amazing, because that would be really helpful to a lot of our working parents. So I did hear about that, and I was very grateful.
Good. Good.
So from the high school perspective, once again, our secondary task team that worked this summer of high school administrators, I think did an outstanding job about developing a schedule for kids. As a former high school principal last spring, trying to go through managing time, having a set schedule for kids and for parents and expectations, I just think is outstanding. And the thought that they put into behind how they would manage these students through this time, I think is, once again, I would be excited if I were still a principal to say, this is something I could communicate to my families. So if you take a look there, and I think you've seen this before when we presented, basically we're asking the students to be in person for 3 of their classes per day, twice a week, and then with Wednesdays being our office hours and PLC time to provide enrichment opportunities as well as support for students who are struggling. So when you look from 8 to 8:55, similar to the elementary schools, we're not expecting them to be in a Teams meeting or in a Zoom meeting or doing something like that the entire time, but there will be opportunities for direct instruction and direct interaction with the teachers, followed up with times that they can work and ask questions from the teachers. This idea of recording them right right now is going to be highly encouraged. However, a lot of times we don't know about the timing, and so we're going to work on that in terms of recording and posting of those lessons that are going. But the expectation is, regardless of whether there's a posting, there will be direct curriculum and support for teachers, for students and families that will be posted upon Canvas, especially for those kids we know that aren't going to be able to be there. And I think the concern is the same that you brought up for elementary, is the same concern for us. And honestly, the question was 8 o'clock in the morning for high school kids as well. Is this too early in how we look at it? But we are expecting them to come back into the buildings at some time, and they'll have to be there earlier than 8 o'clock. And so maybe this is a transition time for them. At least I know it will be for my son, that he has to get up before noon and engages within the content
Yes.
earlier than
My
that.
children are getting up at like 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, right about the time I need a nap.
Yes, I think
This
it's
is
only
so
gotten worse
wrong.
as
They've
we've gone
become
forward.
nocturnal, so we need to get them on a schedule. I love it.
And so taking a look at that, and then when we look at what happens in the afternoons, this is still a really heavy lift for our teachers to be able to be creating this content. This is where the integration of the Florida Virtual Supplemental Curriculum can occur while they're creating content and being consistent about that delivery. We have a little phrase called 8 and 8. 8 o'clock in the morning on Monday mornings is when assignments are going to be due. So kids are going to have some flexibility about making assignments due. We're going to do it at 8 in the morning for that next week. And then at 8 o'clock, they're expected to have their lesson plans and things posted so that parents can know ahead of time what's going to be expected of them during the week other than the live lessons. And so we've asked for consistency across all the secondary levels so that a family that has a middle schooler and a high schooler, that phrase 8 and 8 applies to both of them as well. And so we really don't want these questions to be going, well, if I have someone at Higley, how different is it going to be at Williamsfield? No, we want to have the same expectations for them. And so I think that's going to help families as we go through this. I will note that this is somewhat of an old slide, and the next slide is going to help explain something. We're taking a look at the high school bell schedule, and really the question was posed, when we come back in person, how can we increase the opportunities for social distancing for our students? And Mr. Glover brought this up earlier, going to lunch with 900 kids. Right? And so we've implemented a different system where instead of having either a 4th period or a 5th period lunch, we're going to go from 2 lunches to 3 lunches. And so when you take a look at that, we're going to reduce by 33% of the amount of kids that have the opportunity to be at lunch at the same time. And so the difference between 900 and 600 is significant when you're back on campuses for the ability to social distance. I was touring Higley High with Mr. Fields today, and we're talking about also how we're opening up additional areas so that the kids could spread out. Typically in the past, we wanted to keep them as confined as possible, okay? And for those who've been at a high school campus at lunch, it's quite an experience, okay? At junior high, even more so. Junior high, 10 times louder. But when you're looking at them, we're going to offer different opportunities for them to spread out more than traditionally because we want to allow for that physical distancing when they're on campus. And so this was a big lift, and I need to thank our principals for wrapping their heads around looking at a schedule like this. And honestly, for our support team behind the scenes in terms of changing things within Synergy to allow that where it didn't become an overburden on our high school counselors to change a lot of schedules. And they figured this out this week. So thank you to Brian and to Steve and to Alan for figuring those different components out.
And our middle schools, they already have 3 lunches?
The middle
They
schools,
had already switched,
they
right, last year,
They
I
had to
think?
switch, and when
Okay.
we met with the principals earlier, we felt like the numbers about the previous schedules would be able to fit. The high schools were the ones we were really worried about. When you're talking, 2,100 kids at Higley High having 2 lunches, you're looking at about 1,000. We know that some of our kids leave anyway. It's about 900 at each lunch. Now at least I can say, hey, we're reducing it down to 600 and trying to allow for that more. Are we asking for some flexibility on our teachers, especially those ones who have B lunch? So if you take a look at that, it means they'll go to class, they'll go to lunch, then they'll come back to class. So they have 2 smaller 30-minute periods, and we're asking for their patience as they go through this. Honestly, this is a schedule I'm very familiar with as an administrator. It's the one that we've been running down at my previous school, and so it works, and it allows us to be able to spread out more. And so when we take a look at that, if we would looked at the previous slide, then basically 7th hour became 6th hour. Okay, 6th hour would be 5th hour, and this 4th, 5th would simply be their 4th hour class. And so that's why that will be updated, and it was actually updated when we sent it out to families today.
I think that was confusing last year, having 7th hour at 6th hour. Like, we all got confused as parents, so this actually makes more sense to me in my head. So thank you for that. Speaking of just going back to school? I know we're only kind of focusing on the remote learning,
Correct.
but for our secondary going back to school, has there been more conversations? Because I did get some feedback from the community on the cleaning of our schools in between the classes. Are we going to be having one-way hallways? What are some of the things that, and I don't even know if they're set in stone yet, but I know that those were some of the concerns that were coming to me in the secondary level.
So from a process and procedure, not the cleaning part yet of it, but the management of people on the campus, I think what's going to really look different is when they come onto campus and where the expectations of them are to be early, and this is the same for elementary, it is for secondary. In terms of one-way hallways and different things like that, from the documentation and things that we've read, we don't know how successful truly those are about eliminating kids from interacting anyway. Okay, and so you think about it, if a kid's going in the hallway, whether they're coming one way or the other, they're still going to have the opportunity to interact, and it's going to be their choice whether they're going to be able to physically distance and do those things or not. From the cleanliness standpoint, I know that we've worked with our support services about the process and procedure in terms of having things available for our teachers in their classroom immediately, so in between classes. And I would never say we're going to require a teacher to give up that time to be able to clean, but can they put a process within their classroom? Maybe it's the first person who comes in gets to spray down the desks and use the rag, and then we change rags periodically as we go through it. But we will have that capability for them to do that immediately on the classes. I don't know if you guys want to address more of the...
And President Kaler, members of the board, so for hand sanitizer, we've ordered 5,000 stations to where we can put through all of our schools, and so each teacher will also have their own hand sanitizer. The 5,000 or was it 500? Yeah, I added an extra zero. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was going to say that would be one almost for every two kids. So we've ordered 500 hand sanitizing stations.
Are these portable that they carry with them?
Like an IV?
But we also have hand sanitizer for each and every employee that needs it, and so those will be an ongoing ordering protocol for all of our schools across the district that will have the cleaners. We do have a new cleaner that is supposed to have the DMS paperwork that will kill the bacteria within 30 seconds with the spray, and so we've taken all the stops to prevent as much as we can with the cleaners and the hand sanitizers and everything we can for PE for our teachers and staff.
Dr. Foley, just a quick question. How, I understand it's the governor's executive order for in-person, not until August 17th. How does this remote learning schedule impact our dual enrollment? Have we had conversation with Chandler Gilbert? Because clearly they're only taking this class, they're participating in a class right now twice a week. For any of our dual enrollment classes, have we had this conversation with Chandler Gilbert? How does this impact it? Oh,
Dr. Lotz,
No, sorry, just Mr. Latzenheiser.
Lotzenheiser can give you specifics on this one.
Okay, so when we talk about dual enrollment, basically the approval from Chandler Gilbert is about the syllabus and the expectations about what's happening, whether it's within a remote learning situation or an in-person learning situation. So as long as our syllabus meets the requirements and we're still going to expect the same things, whether we're meeting in person or whether we're meeting remotely, that will continue and be consistent. We'll be able to do it. Obviously, we have to have a dual enrollment certified teacher, right? But if we're providing the same content at the same time, then we'll be approved to continue to have the dual enrollment options for our students. Where I think it's going to, honestly, a challenge that's going to take it is if we're starting in dual enrollment and we have the kids in our classes right now, and then they choose to go completely remotely, how are we going to allow that opportunity for them to continue to have the same teacher and be involved? And those are things, by allowing us to start remotely, it's giving us time to figure out those little details. They're not little details, sorry. Those very big details, but it gives us time to figure them out other than trying to get it done here in the next 2 weeks. Can I piggyback off that? Can we go 2 slides ahead, please? The big question that I think you guys have got a lot about, what does online learning happen and look, and what are the elective offerings? Because we know that's where the differentiation, and honestly, a lot of the joy from the kids come from when they get to take these elective courses. Preliminarily, when we're looking at online electives, these are the ones that we felt like we could do, provided the curriculum and resources that we could offer. Now, please understand, when we say offer, it doesn't necessarily mean make. And one thing that we're looking at the data that we've gotten so far, it's very hard for us to look and make a class for 3 kids or 4 kids and looking at those specifics. And so that's why, by allowing us to go remote, it's going to give us opportunities to say, how can I be creative in allowing students, especially in these particular AP and dual enrollment classes, provided they don't want to come back in person, opportunities to continue with that. And honestly, the lift for us is to be going to teachers going, would you be willing to pick up extra sections to be taught online? And what kind of compensation and way can we provide for them for doing that? What we found with the survey of our teachers, that I think originally we thought there was going to be a plethora, and I don't want to steal Mom's thunder, a plethora of teachers that said, I just want to be an online-only teacher. What we're learning more and more is that number is declining less and less. So we're going to have to be having conversations with our teachers saying, I might have to have you teach 4 in person. Could you pick up an extra online, or could you do a 6/5 and teach one online to help support those students? By making the decision to go remote learning, it gives us at least 3 weeks, provided, let's say, we get moved back longer, to be able to figure out some of those details for our students. And so our goal in talking with the high school principals, and they're being very creative in terms of their ideas of thinking, how can we continue to support additional electives than these, especially ones, CTE level 2 classes that are completers. We need those kids to be able to get through those programs. That's something that's very, very important for them. How can we continue to offer those online, knowing that we also are offering them in person, and we have a limited number of kids who are doing both? And where do our resources go? And honestly, this is the huge lift for us. I don't think it's necessarily just at the secondary level, but at the elementary level, is when that actual split occurs and we have the opportunity to come back in person, how can we support those online students by maintaining these? The hard part at the high school is credits, right? After 9 weeks, they haven't earned a credit yet. We still have another 9 weeks to go before they earn a credit at that semester. And so how can we guarantee and put in places that these kids are going to be able to earn that credit through these processes? And honestly, right now, we don't have all the answers, but we are continuing to work so much to have creative solutions for our kids and provide them these opportunities.
And just as a follow-up with that, kind of with the dual enrollment, Chandler Gilbert, I think it was last year, their enrollment time moved up quite a bit. So their dual enrollment would be before we go, it would start being communicated before we return to in-person. So I think we're going to have to make sure that we keep that in mind so that we can have clear and concise communication, because there's not something physical to hand to the kids to bring home, so that we don't miss deadlines and we don't miss enrollments. And I know they're high schoolers, but they're still kids. And when they're doing their class and mom and dad may be at work, they may see something pop up in Canvas and then it's forgotten. So I think that communication with dual enrollment is going to be really, really important. So if we can really kind of keep that in mind. And the other thing I would like to ask, because we have this opportunity, I'm going to flip this to an opportunity. I'm sure you are, but making sure that we're looking at our district as a whole. In the past with in-person, I may not have enough kids at Higley High School to have a certain class go, and I may not have enough kids at Williamsfield to have a certain class go. But because we have this opportunity, if we know we have these kids and at both campuses who are interested in a class, how can we utilize our online, our remote, whatever you may call it, how can we utilize it to meet those student needs? And we may have some really unique opportunities here, as well as based on skill and teachers and their knowledge, we may have a class only offered at Williamsfield or only offered at Higley that because we have this opportunity of remote learning and online, that we may be able to say, hey, 2 kids from Williamsfield can log in, whatever it may be, and take this class at Higley and have that opportunity that they may not have otherwise had. So just, I know you have a lot of work doing, and I know you guys are working really, really hard because there's so much that, this is brand new and there's so much unknown. But I would like to just kind of, as we work through some of these things, try and keep some of that in our mind and find out where do we have these benefits. This is giving us an opportunity, while we've talked about before starting this, and what we have to do is not ideal. It's not what's best for kids. It's a different learning environment. However, because we have to, and we've done the Higley Virtual Academy, and we're doing these different things, that we can really serve the needs of individual students much better with things that you're going to be working on. So, but I am very concerned about the dual enrollment. We have a hard time with that when it's even in person. And so we really need to stay on top of that. I know it's important for a lot of our students. It's important for me. I have another student who should be completing her associates after this year. And so I hope these are not missed opportunities for our kids.
Mrs. Reese, just to piggyback on that, right now we do have the liaison for Chandler Gilbert Community College, so we should be utilizing them because they're not on summer break. They work 12 months a year, so there is our person who should be on our campuses. I take it we should be having conversations with them because they're there now and to answer all those questions and coordinating everything for us. So you do have extra staff there that we should be utilizing.
And that is a great resource that they're providing for us as that liaison.
Yes.
That's going to come be on our campuses new to this year.
Because they're there now, so.
They are, I was just going to follow up with that, Mr. Witovich. You literally said it, is we are excited actually now to have that person who will be able to help in that capacity and a direct line to the to CGCC to help us do a better job with the communication, the follow through and the paperwork and timelines. So that is another thing that we're excited about having this year as a resource that we didn't have last year. And we're thankful because just as you've brought forward, this is a different time and in a different way. So it will be very important. Thank you for reminding us to share that.
Mr. Lawson, hi, sir.
Yes.
This is so small. If I thought I could catch you before you leave, I would catch you then. Can you guys back up one slide? I'm just going to try to save you a little speed bump that you might hit there.
Gotcha.
The A lunch ends at 11:06. B lunch starts at 11:06, but then the C lunch the B ends at 11:36 and starts at 11:41. You got some time to flip the tables there, but you don't have any time to flip the tables between A and B. Maybe you already thought of that. I'm just going to point that out. I saw it. It's petty. We'll move on.
You're quite all right. We will revisit that and make sure, and that is a concern, the idea of cleaning the tables in between, but we have some plans for that.
The online elective offerings, I just want to make it clear, these are just for those students choosing to only stay online. The students that picked their schedules last spring for in-person, those electives are still on the books. So
Correct.
unified sports and
Yes.
whatever those electives were, those are still on the books and on the
Correct.
schedule for them. And
Correct.
that's
Yes, they
going to
are.
be in their schedule when they get it on July 20th.
Yes.
I just want to make that very
Yes,
clear because
the-
I had
the
lots of parents
in-person- the in-person is
asking
not
me.
changing.
And I said, no, these are just for those students choosing online only
Online only.
for the future.
And
Okay,
it's
thank you
really
very
once,
much.
You, Mrs.
once that
Taylor.
split happens.
Thank you for that clarification. Yes. Next slide.
Okay, Kids Club is going to be offered at 4 locations: HTA, Santan, Power Ranch, and Gateway. We're going to work to keep that 1-to-9 ratio, and that's the reason for the weekly sign-up or registration. There is a discount for employees. We already talked about preschool teachers being there. We'll also have some of our paraprofessionals there. And the one thing that I think it's important to all of us is having a health aide on campus at every site. So that's an update with Kids Club.
Good evening, President Kalar, members of the board, Higley community. So in terms of our employees, we've spent a lot of time tonight talking about the curriculum, and as Dr. Foley mentioned, this is presentation 2.0. So before I go into this particular slide, I do want to address something that Mr. Lotzenheimer mentioned, and that was in relation to our certified. There was a lot of unknown in regards to what kind of interest we would have from our certified in terms of teaching online or returning back in person. And as all of you know, and as our community know, there's been a lot of challenges and changes just in the time period in which we started our planning and the last 3 weeks since our last board meeting. So, you know, one thing that I do think is something, as my colleagues have mentioned, a great move for us because of timing purposes is to do everything remote, and that does give us a little bit more time to figure out the online component. We had a number of teachers who were interested in the online component at one part and then changed their mind. There was some concern about being able to return to their current site location, which they had been identified for the 2020-2021 school year. I think some of the confusion, though, is that in terms of Higley prior to COVID-19, in regards to our contracts, all of our contracts were always about having a contract to be a certified teacher or an employee. We never designated or guaranteed a site location. It's always based on our enrollment. And so I just clarified that in the recent communication. And it is difficult because, as we know, we are unsure of how enrollment's going to look in the 2020-2021 school year. And I think it's safe to say we really don't know what it's going to look like in 2021-2022. So, you know, there are some concerns out there, and I want to mention that. But one thing I do want to mention, and something that I've been responding with, as well as everybody in the department that I work with, in terms of my colleagues, is that if there are concerns, we want to sit down with you and address them. And again, anything that we can do to reasonably assure them when in-person instruction returns, that we have their safety in mind, and not only for our employees, but certainly our families and our students too. So our classified employees, you know, we have approximately 900 classified employees throughout the district. And this is a big lift for us in terms of human resources and what we do. So in preparation for not knowing what's going to happen and with the governor's delay of in-person instruction, certainly what came to our heads and our mind is, what do we do with our classified, primarily our 10-month employees, in regards to the fact that a lot of them are individuals that work directly with our students, whether it's our transportation department or our paraprofessionals that make up almost 250 of those classified employees, where their direct work is in person. So one of the discussions that we've had, and some of this is through legal counsel in talking what do we do and what options do we have, was the encouragement to talk to individuals and say, are you interested in an alternative assignment? So we did take a look at our largest groups, and that was our paraprofessionals and our transportation. And I worked with our SPED director as well as our director of transportation, and we inquired all of these individuals. Some of them were by direct phone calls, some of them was a combination of phone calls and a separate individual survey sent to them about, would you be interested in an alternative assignment, or are you interested in waiting until in-person instruction begins? Or depending on that alternative assignment in terms of what work we have available, would you be interested in it? And or could we look at other ways at supporting you or supporting your roles? You know, just with everything else, there's been fluidity through this process. And one thing that I learned, I believe late last week, earlier this week, the days all merged together, so sometimes I forget what day it is. But we are looking to work with our principals at the elementaries and at the secondary level to have our paraprofessionals, if they're interested, and the ability is there, to have them actually work remote with our online, not with our online, but with our teachers as they're working remotely. So I'm glad we've defined remote versus online, because those are two different things now. But being able to support them and what ways they can support them, and working with the principals in determining what a schedule looks like, how that looks like, what's the expectations of those paraprofessionals as they're supporting that remote learning for them. So we are having those discussions. And as I said earlier, we're also asking people, especially if they want to wait and they have the ability to wait, that they can wait when in-person does begin, whether that's August 17th or if it gets pushed back at a later date. So what we know of as today, this discussion in regards to, we're going to try to find alternative assignments where we can. The feasibility of that is unrealistic to some degree as it stands currently. There's no way we're going to be able to find alternative assignments for almost 900 plus employees for up to 3 weeks before we start in-person instruction. And the reason why we want to look at an alternative assignment is through my understanding through colleagues as well as through the Arizona Attorneys Association group, particularly Udall Shumway, who I've been working with and talking with, is that the intent of the governor is that he wants to keep employees in a paid status. However, until we get something like we did in the spring where we had HB 2910, we don't know clearly that's the intention. And there could be some opposition to that if we don't have something clearly in writing. So we're hoping and we're crossing our fingers through our relationships with our various lobbyists at different professional organizations that we're involved in, that they'll look at this executive order that has been drafted and see whether or not that's an option that we can continue with. And so until we hear that, our goal is to find assignments, continue to inquiry, and we're hoping we'll know more by the end of the week to determine where we move next for next week. Fortunately, we have a little bit more time. For most of our employees in our 10-month positions don't start until either next Wednesday or next Thursday, according to their work agreement. So trying to buy every little bit of time that we can in the bigger picture. Next slide, please. Another item that I wanted to take an opportunity to talk with the board about in our community is that we have updated our positive case COVID communication flow chart. I've worked diligently with our benefits specialist as well as our district nurse, Ms. Fulton, in regards to this. The struggle that we have had is since our even June 24th meeting, guidelines have changed. It's resulted in us needing to change our exclusion guidelines as a result. We're fortunate that our district nurse is on weekly phone calls with the Arizona Department of Health Services, but it's also, I know, a challenge for her because sometimes those weekly phone calls result in weekly changes. So last week, when we spent significant time working together, she had shared that through communication with the Arizona Department of Health Services, they were getting overloaded with phone calls and asking for recommendations, advice, guidance from individuals that felt as though they had had exposure and or that were testing positive themselves. And that led to some of their conversations about changing some information that we had presented. We don't have confirmed yet that they've made those changes. Our district nurse, as I said, will be having her conference call actually tomorrow, so we'll see, but there is talk about changing the primary and secondary contact exposure and what that means, because a concern larger in regards to will we have a workforce if we have this idea and following the CDC with everybody going out with 14 days. So that will be interesting. And as I said earlier, we are changing our exclusion guidelines because some of what we've seen is that, and we mentioned this before, so this isn't anything new, some of the information and the guidance from the Arizona Department of Health Services hasn't always followed the CDC guidance. And so they've recently changed to, instead of having 14 days out, that they're looking at 10 days out. And, combination of different things, whether they're asymptomatic, symptomatic, negative test, or no lab test. So those recommendations have changed since our last meeting on the 24th, too. So we've updated our FAQs, we've updated our website for our families and for our employees to reflect that new information and communicating out to them, too. We also ended up putting a little bit of an asterisk at the bottom of those exclusion guidelines to define what the Arizona Department of Health was deciding what meant exposure. And even that has changed actually from 6 feet from somebody, at least with more than 15 minutes, to discussion of whether or not it's 6 feet with 10 minutes. So are they going to change the 15 to 10? And at one point, I think it was 10 and they changed it to 15. So there's been some fluctuality there too, which has been a struggle. One thing I will say though is that we've done a great job working as a team. I do know that, with the delay in the start of the school year, that's certainly going to help us in the bigger picture. But knock on wood, we've had very few actual positive COVID cases, and we've been able to manage them in the time frame that we've had. When I last reported to you back on the 24th, at the time we had none. So we've had a few since then here at the district, but we've been able to manage it. As I shared with you, I was scared that we wouldn't necessarily get it right. I'll share with you candidly that we had a little bit of some hiccups, but we were able to work through it and get it taken care of and make it right. And more than anything, and I believe all of you have said this to us many times at different occasions, it's about listening to our employees and listening to whatever fears or concerns that they have and doing our best to work with them to help support them in that the best way that we can, and understanding both sides of the picture. And just wanting an opportunity to have a voice in the bigger picture.
So this chart, what is the estimated timeline on this chart? I mean, from the first up at the top to notifying the families, are we talking a day? Are we talking a week? What's the timeline you anticipate or plan on?
So, I have not been directly involved in relation to the student side, so I can't answer the student side, but I could answer the employee side. And I will tell you, in the couple of cases that we've recently had, we were able to get everything done within 24 to 48 hours.
Good. Okay, watching the chart, it says school board on the bottom. I know there's cases, but we haven't been told. Has anybody been notified? You were notified? How were you notified? Oh, text. One. But I think there's more that I haven't heard. So, like, school board, is it just going to be a text that the school board knows, or how are we kind of made aware?
President Kaler, members of the board, one thing that's very important is that we want to make sure we get a confirmed notification from it. And that's where we're working with our district health, our district nurse, to make sure that we get positive confirmation from the Arizona Department of Health Services. Without that positive confirmation, then we don't move forward with that aspect to maybe cause rumor or speculation or something that may be a false reporting. So we don't move forward until we get that confirmation from our district health nurse, and she is the only one within the district that can get that confirmation from the Arizona Department of Health Services. And so that's how we move forward, and when that does happen, then we move through the process, and then that's when the board is notified at that time.
Additionally, something that we had talked about the last time was doing it just once a week. And of course, again, I know you know this, but I'm going to reiterate it, especially for those that are watching publicly. We don't share any names, again, because it's a HIPAA violation. We just share the total number, and, again, getting confused about days and the weeks. But, some of this is, in terms of confirmed, has been fairly recent. So, I know Dr. Thomason's been working with identifying kind of consistency in that notification process too.
President Kaler, members of the board, I would agree that it's a very confusing and difficult process, especially when you have to go through and you have to depend on other agencies to make sure that you have the confirmed case through them. And even if an individual does come in and bring us paperwork, we still have to go through the Arizona Department of Health Services to make sure that's confirmed. And it's frustrating for us. It really is. We still put in the proper protocols, and we start the individual to their home leave and take the precautions that we need to do and start the cleaning process. But the actual confirmation has to come from the Arizona Department of Health Services.
Thank you.
Ms. Martins, can I go back real quick to the classified update?
Absolutely.
So I did hear from some employees who were concerned, so thank you for clarifying who you spoke to, because they were like, I was never asked. And so just seeing on the presentation, they're like, well, classified wasn't asked. Obviously some groups, so thank you for clarifying that. But leaving the question of what about the other 10-month employees that aren't bus drivers or transportation, that aren't paras? They feel there's been no communication with them. They don't know, do they return to work in a week? Like you said, their return dates, a lot of them are next Wednesday. So I can imagine from an employee standpoint being very frustrated that, am I going back to work in a week? Am I not? Do I have a job? Do I not? I mean, at some point, obviously, they will, but do they have an option outside of transportation and paraprofessionals of a different assignment? Do they have the option to return to their job if they're not directly with students? If they don't have an option, is there an option to take their general leave so they're not, there's all these questions, and I quite understand I had to figure my life out in a week.
Certainly, Ms. Reese. So we have been intentionally waiting. However, we've been drafting communication, asking questions, talking with supervisors about what kind of alternative assignments do we have. Unfortunately, just even in this last couple of days, some of the information that I've gotten back is that, okay, we could maybe muster up alternative assignments for 50 people. That obviously isn't going to satisfy the larger need. We have been talking with some of our other supervisors and site administration about what other things could we potentially have, or again, is there anything else in terms of some of the employees that you've been talking about, whether or not their interest. So we've done a little bit of outside categories, outside of our paras and our transportation, not a lot. Again, primarily because those are our largest groups of individuals within the 10 months. But the plan is to have something out by the end of this week and communicating that, yes, there will be an opportunity to use some leave time, but there's going to be some other components related to that too. And I will say very transparently, the hope was and still is that we might get additional information before the week ends. So we're not sending communication that says X and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, no, it's Y, although I feel like we've been doing that already. And I've shared with some communication with others, as well as Dr. Foley mentioned earlier, our motto really is patience and grace, because it is fluid and it is going to change. But our intention is to send something out probably by Friday morning. And I understand your concern in terms of, well, here I am as a media aid assistant or a lunch guard, a lunch aide or a crossing guard, and I don't know what the plans are, and so, we will get some information, and I understand the concern about, okay, needing to plan and what's going to happen in a week and what opportunities am I going to have, what opportunities I'm not going to have, but something for us, as you guys know, is that it's been an up and down roller coaster. I think Dr. Borsch, our new assessment director, had mentioned there's a new coined term called COVID coaster. And, there's an actual definition, and I don't have it with me right now, but it's essentially ups and downs of COVID, where some days you feel you're on a high and some days you feel on a low, because you just don't know what to expect and what's going to happen next. And that's certainly something that we're feeling as a district in that perspective. But certainly we'll take your feedback, Ms. Reese, and make sure that we communicate and send some additional information before the end of the week.
Well, the other thing too is with some of these 10-month employees, and I'm not sure how personal information is gathered, like they're not working right now. So if the expectation, and we're communicating through their district email, I think we need to let them know, look, all of our communication is going to be through your district email, and the expectation is you should probably check that once a week, because for some, there are some who are like, this is not my contract time, and for others, they're like, I'm on it. So I think just trying to define too how we're going to communicate, it's between a rock and a hard place. Like you said, patience and grace, but sometimes is it worth communicating and having that little asterisk and say, look, I think everybody knows, but the plan is right now this, and it could change, and final decisions will be made no later than this date. So I know it's hard, and I know you guys, everything's changing, sometimes by the hour, and it's difficult. but it's also trying to manage that other piece of it too. If people have to find childcare, if they, not knowing what they're doing or things like that. So if we can try and make sure that we're communicating through this whole thing, I know we've talked about the communication's got to be as clear and concise as possible, but I think everything we communicate has to have that asterisk and says, subject to change, perhaps without notice, and so I appreciate you taking that. I know some of them that I spoke to, they were fairly upset, but and they're worried because they don't know what's going on. So at least if they're watching, or I can certainly follow up that hopefully there'll be some communication to them, I would say by the close of business on Friday, just to give it some time. But they need to know what they're doing next week.
Certainly. And we have been working diligently with our site administrators. At the end of the spring term, we worked really hard with identifying a phone tree, if you will, or a contact tree for those individuals who don't regularly use email. And I know I've mentioned our transportation department earlier, but they're one group that don't. Very few of them actually check their email. And so we've worked well with the areas saying, is it a group text? Do you have everybody's phone number? Is it follow up with phone calls? And like I said, working with our SPED director, Ms. Miller, she made 150 phone calls. And our preschool director made another 25, 30 plus phone calls, and so forth and so forth. So, we're trying to do our best, but I acknowledge their frustration, and I apologize for that, and I'll make sure to seek their grace in that process when we do communicate.
We come to you with a conclusion here with some questions. Now, here's the thing. One of the things we know is that there are still unanswered questions. One of the things we encourage people to do is to let us know what those are, to work with your site administrators, to talk to your teachers. We're going to have to work through this together. This is one of the things that's going to continue to evolve and to change. We're going to do our best to communicate what we know as fast as we know it, with the certainty that what we're sharing is accurate to the greatest extent today, knowing that we, just as you said, may need to say caveat. Know that it is not our intention not to give you everything we know. Our goal is to tell you what we know when we know it most efficiently the way we can possible. Are there some questions that you have that we have not addressed, or that we should be working on in the near future?
I just have one question. It's back to the sports and band program. And as I was sitting there, I was thinking, last week, the governor closed all the gyms. And I remember a lot of the gyms were saying we were going to have smaller groups, we'll make sure our equipment are cleaned. No. So all our gyms are closed in the state here for health reasons here. And we are in turn opening our gyms up. So I just want to make sure that we're not in violation of the governor's policies here, and we're not going to be held liable because he closed gyms in the state and we're opening up our gyms. So I think I want to be really careful on where you're going with this, and if you could check into that we are going to be okay, even though this is volunteer. There's some liability here that if he said no and we're doing yes, please be careful. Even though people say, okay, I'll volunteer, I'll come in, but when things happen, people change their opinion real quick and say, I don't know, okay? So I'm just really concerned for the safety here in this reference. Dr. Foley, I would just like to tell you and your staff, you've done an incredible job. And I'm so proud of what you have done here, and I can't even say any more. It's incredible under these circumstances how it changes every day, and you guys all come together and we're moving forward. I am so proud of each and every one of you here. So thank you for everything that you have done, okay?
Mr. Vitovich, thank you. I will tell you that it is our amazing Higley leaders, teachers, team, employees who have figured out how to do this together, and honestly, we wouldn't be where we are today if it wasn't for the leadership of our employees across all levels to help us get here. So, and we are going to keep working together to do this. But where we are today versus where we were at the end of spring break, we've moved a lot, virtually, this summer as a district. So thank you for that.
And may I piggyback on what Mr. Witovich said? It's mind-boggling to me that we are perfectly fine and accept that restaurants should only open and work at 50% capacity, but we are in a complete hurry to open up our schools at 100%. It's utterly mind-boggling that we're in such a hurry to do that, but I am what I am, I guess.
It's, we get the emails every day, and within minutes of an email of somebody saying, please open the schools, the next email says, please don't. And so we hear you out there. We hear you. We're listening, and we're trying our best in these difficult, tenuous times. And yeah, it's just been a ride. It is a COVID coaster for sure. Thank you for your team. Thank you for this update. I know, again, Curtis can probably tell us how many people are watching, but again, we encourage those people to reach out first to your administrators. If you can't get that answer, reach out to Mrs. Richards for elementary and Mr. Lotzenheiser. I'm just going to call you Big Lots.
Big Lots is fine.
Okay, Mr. Big Lots for our secondary, and we are here to answer your questions. I try to respond to every email that I get, so even if I don't have an answer, I just want people to know that we're listening, we care, and we're trying our best in these circumstances. So thank you so much for this presentation.
President Kaler, I'd just like to piggyback on that.
Yes.
If anybody's watching on this, I think it's important to understand that we're going to get through this together. And if anybody in the community is watching this, if they see there's a need or we're missing something, by all means, jump in here, guys. Okay, this is what a community is about. It's about humanity, about helping each other out here. And I think more than ever, we need to come together, and we are. So please, if you're out there watching, we're going to get through this, and we're going to get through this together.
Be part of the solution.
Well, and I think our kindness message too has been really great, because every email that I've gotten so far has been so kind and so thoughtful, and I just so appreciate that in our community of Higley. Is just that, we may not agree on everything, but we can be kind about it, and that's a great message that Higley's sending out, so I appreciate that with us. So
I think, Dr. Foley, the last thing I have, and not to be answered at the moment, but what I have heard from community members is looking for an answer. And I hear Mr. Witovich and I hear Mr. Glover, and our community is just asking, are we going to open our schools when the governor says we can? And that way they can keep an eye on it. They can plan that. They know if the governor extends it, they know the governor extends it, but if there is no extension, that they can plan and expect to, for those who choose, that's why we have the choices, for those who choose to, need to, want to send their kids back to in-person classes, they're just asking for sure a decision that, yep, this is what we're going to do. We're strictly going to follow the governor's guidance. When he allows us to open, we're going to open, or we're still playing it by ear. So I'm not asking you to answer that tonight, but that is what I have heard from our community is August 15th, they don't want to hear that we're not returning to in-person school, or if the governor has allowed this to expire, they want the preparation. So they're just asking to know, yes, we are. We're simply following the governor, and when we can, we will. So that way they can plan, and they can keep an eye out and know where it's going on their own. So that's the only other thing I would ask from the community standpoint.
Very good.
my board members have asked for a little recess, so we're going to take a little break, and we will return in just a few moments.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back, and we are on 7.4. I move that the governing board approves the fiscal year 2020-21 annual expenditure budget.
Second.
Any questions, comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Holland, for staying. All right, we're moving on to 7.5. There a changing of the guard coming? I make the motion that the governing board approves the award of IFB number 16-07-24 for the demolition and new building of the Williamsfield High School Fieldhouse to A&P, Adolphson and Peterson Construction at the base price of $3,540,000 with the alternates, which includes adjacent ways, new fencing, millwork, and kitchen equipment for the price of $171,694.
Second.
Any questions, concerns, or comments for Dr. Fowler? He's here. I know we go with the lowest bid with our SFB, so there's not really a choice per se. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you for
Congrats.
staying. Moving on. I move that we ratify, it is recommended the governing board ratify the payments for college credit by examination incentive program CCEIP for fiscal year 2018, 2019, and 2020. Mr. Holland, can you explain why we're doing this now, please? Why we're ratifying for 3 years past, 2 years past.
President
Did this
Kaler,
come up in something that we didn't see before?
no, these payments have come before the board when you would ratify the bills list each year. But since there was some questions back with the Auditor General or Attorney General, concerns about boards not ratifying or approving all payments. So as a process, you'll remember we have ratified some other payments as well from previous years. And so this was just wanting to bring this to your, to the governing board for approval to make sure that it's clear that you guys approved for all
Those.
3 years of the same.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. Any questions, comments? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
President Kaler?
Yes, Dr. Thomason.
Yes. Tonight's agenda includes my respectful request that the governing board permit me to retire during the spring of this school year and amend my employment agreement accordingly. I have been blessed to work with all of you and our outstanding group of administrators, teachers, and staff, as well as it has been an honor and a privilege to work with the parents, students, and other members of our community for the betterment of our students. We have accomplished incredible things during the past 12 years I have worked for the district. However, I'm determined that it is time for me to focus on my family and future endeavors. Should the board honor my request, please be assured that I will work with the board and the entirety of the school community to have a solid transition plan in place before I retire at a mutually agreed upon date to make this transition as seamless as possible. And I just want to thank the board for their consideration.
Thank you, Dr. Thomason. And not only for your dedication to Higley, but for your 25 years of education, period. And I know to Higley, you have brought so much kindness, you've brought so much generosity and compassion for others, literally changing the climate and the culture of Higley over these past few years. Not easy. I want to thank you for caring for my family and my kids. When Mama Bear came out, you were there for me. And I just want to say thank you for that. And I wish you good health. I wish you good family times. I pray your years to come are the best yet. And while you might be far from Higley, you're not going to be far from our thoughts ever. So thank you.
President Kaler,
Yes, Mrs. Wilson.
I have a couple comments. Dr. Thomason, it has been an honor and a blessing to have you as Higley Superintendent. You have guided us through some really rough waters, and I know that you will lead us this year until your retirement date. Thank you for the years of leadership. Tonight I will choose to honor your request for your retirement. I appreciate you notifying us early so that we can get a replacement who is as magnificent as you are. I wish you the best of luck. Please rest assured that you have made Higley a better place than when you started 12 years ago. Thank you, Dr. Thomason, and thank you to your family, because I know you've given up a lot of time for us and our families. Thank you.
President Keller. Don't want to look at him. Look this way. I want to thank you. This is tough. For all your hard work and dedication. I've worked with him longer than anyone up here. I've had the pleasure of working with Dr. Thomason since I was elected 8 years ago. I was proud to serve as your board president for the last 4 years. You have worked really hard to set up our district for success. I wish you well for your future. Thank you for all your kindness. And you'll be in my thoughts, and I hope you enjoy your retirement.
Dr. Thomason, I sat on the interview committee with Mrs. Reese, and when you walked in the room and you presented, I knew right then and there that you were the person to run this district and to take us to the next level, and you did. Okay, I've been with you for 6 years, for your time that you've been with her as the superintendent, and you've done an outstanding job. So thank you very much. I retired in February. Welcome to my world, and wish you well in your retirement, to you and your family.
Yeah, Dr. Thompson, I cannot and will not pretend to be happy about this. I want to thank you for a few great years. You're the only superintendent I've worked with here. It's, you know, I've enjoyed working with you. I've enjoyed growing with you. I've learned a lot from you, and your presence will be dearly missed, but I too will honor your request.
So with that, I move that the governing board accept the superintendent's request to retire during the 2021 school year and approve related agreement to amend the superintendent's employment contract.
A second.
Any other questions, comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries 5-0. I hear they're the best years, Dr. Thomason. Please show us that.
Please know that my heart will always be in Higley, and I will always be here for you, whatever you need.
Thank you. Okay. 8.1. Any other future agenda items that the board would like to see? Okay, I think we've got some good things still to come, so we'll be looking forward to those. At this time, I move, where am I? 10.1, 9.1, no, 10. That's our 9.1 is our governing board initiatives that Darlene is keeping on our board packet just for our information. So it just, that's where we kind of put it so that we always have it in our heads from our retreat. So I move that the board moves into executive session for discussion or consideration of possible change in assignment and related matters regarding Associate Superintendent of Educational Services pursuant to ARS 38-431-03A1.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Oh, bring that back, please, Curtis. Because we are also I move that the governing board convene an executive session for discussion or consultation for legal advice relating to the executive session item 10.1 with the governing board's attorney pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3 and ARS 38-431.03A4.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We will return. Thank you.